Chapter 2013. After returning to the underworld temple, Yi Qin continued to study the source of the three realms' core's power and found the perfect way to fuse the three realms' force. These were the foundational cultivation methods of the three realms' ruler. After studying them, Yi Qin had benefited greatly. Meanwhile, the Devil Realm and the Spirit Realm had fallen into chaos due to the defeat of the Devil Realm ruler and the True Spirit tribe. In the Devil Realm, the ruler is dead. The ruler is dead. The demonic vessel descended, and those who rushed out were all extremely frightened. They were shocked by Yi Qin's terrifying strength and felt that their future was bleak because of the ruler's death. Rumble! At this moment, a huge figure appeared on the Devil Realm's altar. The Devil Realm has become like this? A loud voice shook the entire area. Countless buildings shattered in the air, and countless mountains shook and shifted. Communication with the upper realm had always been the Devil Realm ruler's business. Few devils had ever seen such a huge demonic figure. Now that the Devil Realm ruler was dead, the Devil Realm ruler had lost the bridge of communication and had to descend personally. What is this? The Devil Realm combatants felt such power. It was even stronger than the Devil Realm ruler. They were scared silly and did not know what they were seeing. You useless trash. You've disgraced the Devil Realm. How could the Devil Realm ruler be defeated? The powerful demonic figure shocked everyone. They all knelt down. Reporting to the upper realm, we followed the ruler to the underworld to seize the three realms' core. But things have developed like this. A Devil Realm combatant stepped forward and recounted everything that had happened in the underworld. Yi Qin, the upper realm combatant, frowned slightly. He had heard about this person from the Devil Realm ruler, but he did not expect that this person could kill two rulers from the Spirit Realm and the Devil Realm. Defend the Devil Realm. The Devil Realm ruler will soon send a powerhouse to lead the Devil Realm to rise again. Yes, we will. Many Devil Realm combatants kowtowed and obeyed. In the Spirit Realm, the spirit vessel landed. The combatants on it were similar to the Devil Realm combatants. They were all terrified. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. At this moment, thunder rumbled and dark clouds covered the sky. Above the clouds, a huge figure appeared. Why are you all so flustered? The descender was from Lei Yin. He had wanted to contact the True Spirit Lord and then personally descend to the underworld to fight for the core of the three realms. But because the primordial immortal empire had a mission at the last minute, he had been delayed. Now that he had descended and could not contact the True Spirit Lord, he felt that something big had happened. Taoist Master Thundercloud, the True Spirit Lord, has died in battle. What? Hearing the words of the powerhouse on the spirit boat, Taoist Master Lei Yin was furious. I told him to wait for me to descend upon the netherworld and seize the core of the three realms. Yet he died in battle before I even descended. How hateful! Taoist Master Thundercloud, please calm down. Everyone knelt down one after another, not daring to raise their heads. Those from the higher realms were so majestic, they did not want to become sacrificial lambs under the other party's wrath. The True Spirit Lord was slain by a mere body integration stage cultivator? Your spirit realm has truly disappointed me. Sage Lei Yin, that boy Yi Qin isn't an ordinary genius. His strength is far beyond our imagination. Even the True Spirit Lord and the Demon Dimension Overlord together aren't a match for him. Still trying to quibble? Taoist Master Lei Yin was already in a fit of anger. Now that someone wanted to compromise and take responsibility, Taoist Master Lei Yin was enraged. Lightning flashed in his palm, and he killed mercilessly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As a bolt of lightning descended, the Great Completion Stage powerhouse exploded and died on the spot. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, his body was a bloody mess. No one dared to say anything else. Humph! That useless True Spirit Lord is indeed useless. All of you, guard the True Spirit Palace and wait for further instructions. Yes. Everyone nodded and then returned to their positions. As for Taoist Master Lei Yun, he flew toward the Ling Emperor Palace. In the Ling Emperor Palace, Taoist Master Lei Yun originally wanted to participate in the True Spirit Lord's big operation, but he did not expect that the other party wanted to take all the credit for himself and did not let him accompany him. This made Taoist Master Lei Yun very displeased. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, above the 9 heavens, thunder rumbled, and the sound of thunder pierced the ears. "Welcome, venerable one of the upper realm." Taoist Master Lei Yun came out and bowed. Above the clouds, Taoist Master Lei Yun descended. "Taoist Master Lei Yun, the true Spirit Lord is dead. I order that you temporarily command the spirit realm. Thank you for your recognition, Taoist Master Lei Yun. I'll do my best to do everything for you." "Ha ha ha! Taoist Master Lei Yun, you're still the sensible one. Now that Yi Chen has obtained the core of the 3 realms, he's trying to disrupt the 3 realms. The primordial immortal world won't stand idly by and wait for further instructions. Yes." The Spirit Sovereign was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the Lord of True Spirit's expedition to the Netherworld would result in his death. Although this was a heavy loss for the spirit realm, it was a great harvest for him. "Oh, True Spirit Lord, in the end, you died because of your greed. In this way, the day when I regain control of the spirit realm is just around the corner. Ha ha ha." Yi Chen's image appeared in Taoist Master Lei Yun's mind. This young man who dared to challenge him already had the strength to kill the true Spirit Lord. This was no small matter. No matter how strong you are, you have the backing of an upper realm, venerable one. Why should I be afraid of you? After sending off Sage Lei Yun respectfully, Taoist Master Lei Yun immediately summoned the many combatants of the Ling Emperor Palace. After gathering, the entire army marched to the True Spirit Hall. The demonic martial world and the primordial immortal world were moving frequently. The arrival of these people from the upper realm had triggered the energy imbalance between the 3 realms, directly affecting the underworld. Rumble. Feeling the tremors of the earth, Yi Chen opened his eyes slightly. He had been comprehending the core of the 3 realms for more than 10 days and 10 nights. During this time he had gained a lot. From the core of the 3 realms, he had found the essence of the 3 realms martial arts and even comprehended a set of strategies to fuse the 3 realms martial arts. Although it was still very simple and incomplete, he had an idea. To be able to comprehend to such an extent in such a short time, he had already surpassed ordinary geniuses by many times. Before the True Spirit Lord and the Devil Realm Overlord died, they called for the people from the upper realm to descend. It seems that the Spirit Realm and the Devil Realm are just a cover. The real force behind them has yet to reveal itself. This was what Yi Chen was most worried about now. Therefore, he had to comprehend the essence of the 3 realms martial arts as soon as possible to deal with the changes in the future. Pluto, Pluto! At this moment, Indra walked into the hall in a panic. "Indra, why are you panicking?" Reporting to Lord Pluto, the underworld's Earth suddenly became restless. There must be a large-scale energy fluctuation in the other cultivation levels. Please stabilize the Earth vein, Pluto. All right. The fluctuation of the Earth vein was not a trivial matter. It was very likely to directly affect one's cultivation level. Yi Chen did not hesitate and immediately stood up to follow Indra. The source of the fluctuation was the ancestral peak, where the underworld dragon vein was located. Returning to the ancestral peak, Yi Chen's eyes turned cold and he flew up to the sky. The core of the 3 realms. He tossed it into the air and the core of the 3 realms immediately appeared. Chapter 2014. As the core of the 3 realms appeared, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. A third eye appeared between his brows. It was the demon eye. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yi Chen's left eye, right eye, and the demon eye released different lights. The lights were the symbols of the three realms' energy. The three lights were infused into the core of the three realms. The core was activated. The core was operating, and the world was in awe. It activated the three lights of heaven, the sun, the moon, and the stars. The core exploded with supreme might and infused energy into the ley lines. The rumbling sound of the ley lines disappeared, and the entire underworld stabilized. "The Pluto King is a god," Indra exclaimed. "Of course. It's impossible to operate the core of the three realms with the help of any almighty from the underworld, spiritual realm, or devil realm, because it contains three major forces. To control the core's power, 3 itinerant immortal cultivators from the three realms are needed. However, the Pluto King can operate the core on his own. Based on this alone, he has surpassed the itinerant immortals of the three realms." Domo added, "Ha ha ha, following the Pluto King is the best choice. I really hope to see the Pluto King unify the three realms." Azura revealed a yearning expression. At that moment, Yi Qin put away the core of the three realms. The ley lines were stabilized. His mission was completed. "Pluto King, I'm afraid the ley lines are unusual." Indra said, "I'm afraid the spiritual realm and devil realm are going to make a move." "What?" The three innate masters were shocked. The upper realm was very mysterious and powerful to them. Although the three realms were very high existences in the eyes of the lower realms like the human realm, they were very weak in the eyes of the people from the upper realm. Any almighty being from the upper realm could control the lives of all living beings in the upper realm. The three innate masters were elders of the underworld. They had seen the glory of the Almighty from the underworld before. It was even rumored that the Lord of the underworld was chosen by the people of the upper realm to rule the underworld on their behalf. The core authority of the upper realm was the demon eye. Are they going to attack the underworld again? The core of the three realms is the focus of their fight. This time, we have to fight them head-on. Don't worry, Pluto King. Since we've pledged allegiance, we'll give our lives for the underworld and the Pluto King. The three innates knelt on the ground at the same time, swearing their loyalty. "All of you stand up. In this battle, life and death are hard to predict. Do you really want to follow me? Netherworld Lord, we thank you for not killing us. At the same time, you have the Fiend Eye, so you are the rightful overlord of the Netherworld. No one is stronger than you. If there really are other forces that want to continue invading the Netherworld, we will fight to the death without retreating." "Very good. You should immediately coordinate with the other underworld emperors to arrange the defensive fortifications. Be fully prepared." "Yes, Lord Nether King." The three Khanate rankers bowed and accepted the order, then went their separate ways. Yi Qin flew down and returned to Ancestor Peak. He walked to the place where the demon's eye was placed. This was the connection between the underworld and the underworld. Walking into this space, Yi Qin closed his eyes slightly and immediately sensed the powerful energy of the underworld divine realm. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, the space trembled and laughter rang out. "Who is it?" Yi Qin asked coldly. "I didn't expect the Netherworld to be obtained by a human brat. Unbelievable. What's so inconceivable about it? The world is vast, and only the virtuous can rule. This has been the case since ancient times. Yi Qin, you're just a human brat. How dare you be so arrogant? You don't know your place." Yi Qin's eyes turned cold. The energy in his body was activated, and the surrounding space trembled rapidly and exploded. Boom, boom, boom. A burst of energy exploded, and the mountain rocks collapsed. The ground shook. The powerful impact made it impossible for that person to hide. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. With a flash of light, the hidden person appeared. This person had 2 horns on his head, and his eyes were like lightning. His face was black with a hint of red. It was very strange. He was tall and wore a dark green robe. He stood on a rock and faced Yi Qin. "How dare you be so disrespectful to the emissary of the upper realm? The upper realm emissary? Ha ha ha. Are you from the underworld divine realm? Yes, I am the emissary of the underworld divine realm, Anubai. Anubai? So what? Facing this strange person, Yi Chun maintained his noble posture, showing no fear. Such boldness made Anubai feel the demeanor of a king. It was not surprising that he could subdue 3 innate masters and unify the underworld. You should know very well that the primordial immortal world and the magic martial world have both made their moves, which caused the underworld's ley lines to shake. Facing the power of 2 people from the upper realm at the same time, even if you control the demon's eye, you can't fight back. I advise you to obediently hand over the demon's eye and become famous. Perhaps you can get help from the underworld divine realm and spare your life. Oh, you want me to spare your life? Hearing this, Yi Chen's brows emitted a faint cold light. However, this faint light hid an incomparably vast, murderous aura. The surrounding space trembled. The boulder that fell to the ground trembled continuously, letting out rumbling sounds. The entire space seemed to tremble in response to some kind of power. What do you want? Anubai revealed a wary expression. I want to teach you a lesson. Before the Heavenly Emperor, you can only bow your head. You dare to do this to the emissary of the upper realm? Why not? Yi Chen opened the demon's eye. An extremely powerful deterrent force made Anubai almost unable to raise his head. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The demon's eye released its power, and the apparition of the nether god appeared behind Yi Chen. When Anubai saw the apparition of the nether god, his 3 souls instantly fled and his 6 physical forms disappeared. He trembled with fear and was incomparably terrified. Retract your power, retract it. Ha ha ha! I didn't think that the emissary of the upper realm would be so afraid of the power of the nether god. What a joke! Hearing Yi Chen's maniacal laughter, Anubai felt that he had lost his dignity this time. The anger in his heart could not be contained. *eminent. Anubai attacked angrily. The nether god's power revolved around his hands, wanting to sneak an attack on Yi Chen. Rumble. His sharp claws danced, and the nether god's power poured into the ground. Instantly, waves of power rushed from the ground to Yi Chen's feet. Kacha! 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 The ground cracked. The nether god's power turned into demonic claws and hooked onto Yi Chen's feet, wanting to drag him down to hell. Ha ha ha! Just when Anubai thought that he had succeeded, Yi Chen turned his head and glanced at him. Suddenly, Anubai felt that extreme chill again. His back was cold and his mind was in a mess. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Yi Chen opened the demon's eye and waved the apparition of the nether god, pointing at the image of hell. The demonic might shook the universe, and Anubai's divine ability was instantly broken. Seeing that his technique was broken, Anubai was extremely shocked. He never thought that a person from the lower realm could fight against the emissary of the upper realm. I'm a powerful itinerant immortal. How can you defeat me? So what if you're an itinerant immortal? In my eyes, you're just an ant. Huh. The flawless chapters of The Demon Nanny in the City will continue to be updated on the new C-Book Pavilion. There will be no advertisements on the site. Please bookmark and recommend the new C-Book Pavilion. If you like Evil Nanny Dad in the City, please collect. Evil Nanny Dad in the City's new books are updated the fastest in Hage. Chapter 2015. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The demon's eye glowed again. The surrounding space fell into the demon's domain. Anubai felt as if his body was no longer his. Even moving became extremely difficult. Is this the power of the nether god? As the emissary of the underworld god, he knew nothing about the power of the underworld god. That was because the underworld god was the most powerful and mysterious existence in the underworld god realm. No one knew exactly how strong he was, and many people couldn't even see him. Anubai was already relatively lucky to be able to become an envoy of the nether god. This time, he came to the underworld to search for the demon's eye. As the Nether God had already sensed that there was a problem with the demon's eye, the earth-shattering scene of the underworld below also entered the Nether God's vision. Anubai, why aren't you kneeling when you see the Nether God? Suddenly, the Nether God's shadow appeared behind Yi Qin. Anubai felt an incomparably shocking pressure. Its majesty shook the heavens and earth. Nether God, Lord Nether God! Anubai could not support his body anymore. He knelt in the air and kept kowtowing to the Nether God's shadow. Now Yi Chen, who had the demon's eye, had a portion of the Nether God's power. At this moment, he represented the Nether God's authority. Even if Anubai was unwilling, he had to kneel and worship the Nether God. What are you doing here? Tidus, you talk too much. You're asking for death. Yi Chen was furious. He activated the demon's eye's power. Anubai felt like he was being suppressed by death. His entire body was bent into a ball, incomparably humble. Lord Nether God, I came here on your orders to find clues about the demon's eye and investigate the situation in the underworld. I see. Anubai, get out of the underworld immediately. What are you for? This is my order. Yes, Lord Nether God. Anubai could not resist the Nether God's might. The fear that had already taken root in the depths of his brain made him listen to Yi Chen's orders. He quickly jumped into the black hole and disappeared. Nether God, are you really going to attack the underworld? Yi Chen had anticipated such a scene, but he did not expect it to happen so quickly. Just how many mysteries were there in the underworld god realm and the upper levels of the underworld? This piqued his interest. After all, Yi Chen had experienced too much along the way from Earth. The more it was like this, the more it stimulated his determination to become stronger and search for power. Above the ancient void, the underworld god realm. Lord Abyssal God, Anubai has returned. Let him in. Yes. The door in front of them slowly opened, and Anubai appeared at the entrance, trembling with fear. His entire body was trembling. Lord Nether God, he crawled into the main hall like a soulless barbarian. That kind of sorry state was despicable. Anubai, look at you. How did things go? This. Anubai raised his head and looked up. On the throne of darkness, there was a mass of darkness as dark as hell staring at him. The two masses of aura turned into two beams of scarlet light, releasing the most bizarre shadow of death. Lord God of the underworld, Yi Chen has already controlled the demon's eye. He's Lord God of the underworld's incarnation. This subordinate was unable to fight against the demon's eye, which led to this. Oh! The scarlet light suddenly widened. Instantly, the demon's eye appeared and attacked Anubai with a rumble. In an instant, Anubai's consciousness entered the void. There was boundless chaos, like a huge cage, imprisoning him forever. Anubai, your failure has angered God. This is your punishment. Enjoy it, ha. No, Lord God of the underworld. In the midst of a cry of despair, Anubai fell into the void and entered an endless cycle of reincarnation. Yi Chen, the underworld god, closed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, Yi Chen's image appeared in front of him. The demon's eye was indeed on him. At the same time, in the distant land of the underworld, Yi Chen also felt the underworld god's existence. This person was prying into his mind. Stop! With a cold shout, Yi Chen released his heavenly emperor's light and stopped the underworld god from prying into him. Ha! A burst of laughter came. Following that, a mass of dark energy appeared in the air. At the center of this energy was a pair of scarlet eyes. Yi Chen, you're the underworld god. To be able to recognize a deity with a single glance, it looks like the demon eye on you has given you a lot of hints. God of the underworld is already under my control. Don't even think about taking it. Such arrogance. You want to go against God. God? Ha ha ha, between the heavens and earth, I am the only one. Where did the gods come from? You. The underworld god was furious. He did not expect Yi Chen to be so disrespectful to him with the demon's eye. Don't you know that the demon's eye is God's treasure? How dare you take it for yourself? The fiend eye is an ownerless item that I found on Ancestor Peak. It seems like you want to snatch it from me, right? Damn it. The god of the underworld was enraged, and his eyes shone with red light. Instantly, the space around him trembled, and the surrounding space fell into a strange realm. It was the underworld god plane. Yi Chen's eyes turned slightly cold. He knew that the person before him must not be underestimated. Although it was just a ball of divine consciousness, the power contained in it was enough to kill an itinerant immortal. Ah! With a shout, Yi Chen activated the demon eye. Immediately, the light of darkness blossomed at the same time, resisting the nether god realm. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding space exploded continuously. The earth shook and the sky collapsed. It was like the end of the world. Rumble. The god of the underworld spat out a mouthful of dark energy. Like a thunderstorm, it attacked Yi Chen. Darkness pool. Yi Chen activated the power of the darkness pool in his body. Instantly, the void cracked and the dark vortex, like the most powerful demon that could devour the world, began to devour the dark thunderstorm before him. What? The god of the underworld was shocked. He did not expect that the divine power he used would be directly devoured by his opponent. Underworld god palm. The dark energy suddenly condensed into a long arm, then formed a huge palm, suppressing Yi Chen. Might of the ancient god. Facing such a shocking power of the underworld god, Yi Chen did not want to be outdone. He activated the ancient god bloodline in his body. Instantly, the ancient god apparition appeared behind him, like a giant that could hold up the sky. He stretched out both arms and immediately resisted the underworld god palm. Rumble. The power of both sides collided in the void. This was a head-on confrontation. Impossible. The god of the underworld was already in a state of confusion. The person before him was only at the fusion stage. How could he resist the underworld god palm? Majestic power filled the world, and the god of the underworld released the death ray again. Ancient god Vajra spell. However, Yi Chen's body glowed with golden light, like an indestructible golden body of Buddha. He sat cross-legged in the void, insufferably arrogant. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The death ray shone down, all hitting the ancient god radiance, and was instantly purified and dissipated. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, not bad. I'll remember you. Chapter 2016. The arrival of the underworld god had shaken the entire underworld. Yi Chen had forced the enemy to retreat. This news quickly spread throughout the underworld. Yi Chen's mighty image was deeply engraved in the hearts of the people. The people of the underworld had no disloyalty. At this moment, the spirit world and the devil world were stirred up again. In the demon world, the wind and clouds surged, and the sun and moon lost their light. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Amidst the rumbling of thunder and flashes of lightning, the gate to the realm of devil and martial arts opened. A huge dark vortex and lightning descended from the sky, ushering in a new era in the demon world. At this moment, within the vortex, a gigantic demonic arc descended from the sky. It was none other than the mighty ones from the demon martial world. Welcome, experts of the demon martial world. Down below, the people of the devil world bowed in greeting. Boom! The demonic ship descended, and many experts descended from it. They were all elites of the demon martial world. They looked at the surroundings of the demon realm with disdain. The devil world is indeed broken. I didn't expect the devil world's ruler to be so useless. Humph, he actually lost to a human, and a piece of trash at the conjoint body realm at that. At the very least, he's the ruler of the devil realm. What kind of loose immortal is this? Forget it. This kind of trash isn't worthy of our discussion. Let's immediately sweep through the demon world and take control of the situation. Yes, the three experts nodded, and everyone respectfully welcomed them into the Hall of Sovereigns. The ruler's main hall had been redesigned and was different from before. The design was done according to the wishes of the experts of the demon martial world. Ha ha ha, these designs are not bad. After entering the hall, one of the experts said with a smile, "The people of the demon world are quite serious. This time, the martial demon Great Emperor has sent them to the demon world. It seems that the sacred war has begun. This is a very important mission. We cannot neglect it. Don't worry about this, big brother. We understand the importance of this." The three of them were the elites of the Red Devil tribe of the demon martial world. They were also the three devil sons of the Red Devil tribe, namely Qi Feng, Qi Hu, and Qi Bao. Qi Feng sat on his throne, looking at the numerous devil generals below. "Report the current situation." "Yes." At that moment, a figure stepped forward. It was none other than one of the 10 great slaughter generals, Xue Luosha. Reporting to Lord Qi Feng, "The situation is like this." Xue Luosha then informed Qi Feng of the current situation in the demon plane. Immediately informed the other slaughter generals of the devil world. "Have them all combine." "Yes, Lord Qi Feng." Xue Luosha accepted the order and left the hall. "Big brother, are we going to kill our way back to the netherworld this time?" Red Tiger asked. "Don't be rash. The devil world overlord's cultivation base is extraordinary. He's an itinerant immortal, and yet he was defeated by Yi Qin. We have to be careful when we descend to the lower realm." "Humph, that piece of trash, the sovereign lord of the devil realm. He has the cultivation base of a loose immortal, but there's no way he can unleash his boundless devilish abilities. We are people of the immortal realm. He doesn't have the qualifications to be compared to us. Even so, we still have to wait for the martial demon emperor's orders." Qi Feng was a cautious person. He did not like to advance recklessly. But Qi Hu and Qi Bao were different. They hoped to gain merits as soon as possible and be rewarded by the martial demon Great Emperor. At the same time, in the spirit realm, Emperor Ling Qin took control of everything and gathered all the major forces in the spiritual world. At the same time, they gathered in Emperor Ling Chen's palace. The upper realm sage Lei Yin ordered us to regroup and preserve the last of the spiritual realm's power. We await the sage's arrival to lead us to avenge this humiliation. As soon as he said that, everyone bowed in greeting. We obey Emperor Ling Huang's orders. It didn't matter if they had followed Sovereign Qinling or Lord True Spirit before. Now, all of them had submitted to Sovereign Qinling. The reason was simple. Sovereign Qinling was now Sage Lei Yun's favorite. Going against him was equivalent to not giving Sage Lei Yun face. In the spiritual realm, no one dared to go against Sage Lei Yun. Very well, the day of the sage's descent is near. We must cooperate with the sage and immediately build the Thundercloud Palace with the best materials. I'll leave this matter to you, Ling Hong. We obey Emperor Ling Huang's orders. Ling Hong was a general under Lord True Spirit. Now that he had pledged allegiance to Emperor Ling Huang, the construction of this person was to show Lord True Spirit's authority. The construction began. Everyone worked together to build the majestic Thundercloud Palace with the fastest speed and the best craftsmanship. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, one day, thunder roared between heaven and earth as the wind and clouds surged. Above the clouds, a deity descended. This person held the thunder god's whip and stepped on a flying cloud. Golden light bloomed all over his body, illuminating the 9 heavens and the 4 seas. It was Sage Lei Yun. We greet the sage. Seeing such a phenomenon, Emperor Ling Huang led many experts of the spiritual realm out to greet him. Rumble. Deity Lei Yin landed on the ground with earth-shattering noises. Ha ha ha! I've finally come to the spiritual realm. Sage Lei Yin was also very excited to come to the spiritual realm. After all, in the primordial immortal world above the 9 heavens, his level was not considered high. But here in the spiritual realm, he was a supreme existence. This was the difference. This was also one of the reasons why Sage Lei Yin wanted to come to the spiritual realm so much. At the same time, as long as he made contributions in the spiritual realm, he would also be rewarded by the immortal spirits in the upper realm. This time he must make contributions in this land so that his trip to the spiritual realm would not be in vain. Emperorling, is the spiritual realm stable? Sage, everything in the spiritual realm is stable. I have already unified the power of the entire spiritual realm. We are waiting for the sage to come and lead us to trample the underworld, destroy the demon world, and unify the 3 realms. Unify the 3 realms? I won't hide it from everyone. My main mission in the spiritual realm this time is to seize the core of the 3 realms and unify the 3 realms. It seems that Emperor Ling understands me well. It's all because of the sage's power. I dare not take credit. At this time, Emperor Ling made an inviting gesture and led the sage to the Thundercloud Palace. This was the hall prepared for Sage Lei Yin. Oh, seeing the magnificent hall in front of him, Sage Lei Yin was delighted. Ha ha ha! Thank you, Emperor Ling Yin. I dare not. Sage Lei Yin, please. All right. Sage Lei Yin was very pleased to receive such treatment. After all, he could not receive such treatment in the primordial immortal world, no matter what. Today, the sage of the Thundercloud Palace came to the throne, and everyone sat down according to their seats. The true spirit lord's defeat in the underworld shocked many powerhouses in the primordial immortal world. This time, I was sent to the lower realm to avenge my humiliation. After the true spirit lord, fortunately, Emperor Ling Yin presided over the situation. Now, my main body has descended to officially take over the spiritual realm. Does everyone agree? We will obey the sage's orders. Everyone bowed to show their obedience. Ha ha ha, very good. I will now announce the orders of the upper realm. Our main mission is to obtain the core of the 3 realms. This is the key to controlling the 3 realms after unifying them. Emperor Ling Yin, I heard that this treasure is in Yi Chen's hands? That's right. Yi Chen entered the underworld and defeated the true spirit lord, the ruler of the demon realm. First, he obtained the origin of darkness, then the demon's eye. Finally, he obtained the core of the 3 realms. Now he's arrogant and invincible. If we don't eliminate him quickly, he'll cause a great disaster. Although this child is extraordinarily talented, his foundation is unstable in the underworld. At the same time, I think the underworld god will definitely not watch him grow stronger. Immediately send scouts into the underworld to search for all kinds of information. Yes, Emperor Ling Yin accepted the order and sent the True Spirit Palace's general to the underworld. Chapter 2017. Yi Chen, who was in the netherworld, used the advantage of the ancestral peak to continuously comprehend the power of the 3 realms core. He had been in closed-door cultivation for dozens of days. During this period, Yi Chen had gained a lot. At the same time, he had gained a deeper understanding of the profound rules contained in the 3 realms core. Now that he thought about it, even the 3 people who had created the 3 realms core might not have imagined that this treasure would be so useful in the future. This was the wonder of creation. Once something was created, it would be beyond the imagination of the creator. It was impossible for anyone from a single race to comprehend the core of the 3 realms like this. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was the combination of the nether, demon, and spirit elements. His unique advantage in comprehending the 3 realms force was self-evident. Ah! Following a long shout, the 3 realms core floated in the air and kept emitting light above Yi Chen's head. 3 waves of origin energy flowed wildly and were infused into Yi Chen's body. 3 elements return to 1. Vitality is born. Hoo! The three energies transformed into celestial qi, allowing Yi Chen's body to rapidly recover. The various injuries caused by the battle had been healed by the three realms' core. After absorbing the ancestral peak's Terra Qi and combining it with the origin of darkness and the demon's eye, Yi Chen's nether force was becoming more and more proficient. Report. At this moment, a report came from the outside world. Yi Chen got up and walked out of the ancestral peak, where he found an underworld warrior waiting for him. Reporting to Hades King, the 3,000 Zhang of the Yellow Springs has sent back news that the Primordial Immortal Empire and the Demon Martial Empire are moving at the same time. They want to take down the Yellow Springs battle mansion. I understand. Pass down the order immediately. The entire army will advance to 3,000 feet of the Yellow Springs. Yes, if he wanted to protect the underworld, being trapped in it was no longer a good choice. Yi Chen's choice was to expand. The first thing he had to control was one of the entrances to the underworld, the 3,000 feet netherworld. As he walked out of the ancestral peak, the huge netherworld arc was already floating in the sky. Whoosh! Yi Chen leaped and landed on the dark boat. Lord Netherworld King, Old Ancestor Yellow Spring, is currently guarding the 3,000 Zhang area. According to the latest news, the Demon Martial World has sent 3 experts into the Demon World, and they have already become the new rulers of the Demon World. They are Qi Feng, Qi Hu, and Qi Bao. These 3 are the devil sons of the Red Devil clan of the Demon Martial World. Indra stepped forward and said, "Especially this Qi Feng. I've heard of him before. This person is extremely shrewd, and his foundation is even more unfathomable." Azura said, "All right, let yours truly have a taste of the powerful beings of the Demon Martial World then." Yi Chen's eyes flashed. With a single glance, he could see 10,000 kilometers. He had already seen the area 10,000 feet below the netherworld. At this moment, the demonic qi was indeed dense within 10,000 feet. Boom! The netherworld boat activated and sped towards the distance of 10,000 zhang. Yellow Spring Battle Mansion, Yellow Spring Sect. Old Ancestor, one of the Demon World's 10 great slaughter generals, Xue Luosha, has arrived 3 kilometers away from the Yellow Springs. She has brought with her an army of at least 1,000,000 demons. They are extremely arrogant. An expert entered the hall and said to Old Ancestor Yellow Spring, "How hateful! He actually dares to provoke us. Let me go out and take a look." Ancestor stood up and followed that person, flying up to the void 3,000 zhang above the Yellow Spring. Ha ha ha! At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the demonic Arkansas. It was Xue Luosha. "I shall return to the 3,000 feet of the Yellow Springs. This time, I shall see your blood splattered all over the earth." How arrogant! It was none other than Patriarch Yellow Spring. "Old Ancestor Yellow Spring, do you want to be my enemy? Who do you think you are? Do you know where this place is? Ever since Fellow Yi unified the netherworld, this place is still the netherworld. You people from the demon world better scram. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have Yi Chen. In my eyes, Yi Chen is nothing. He's just an ant. What did you say?" Enraged, Old Ancestor Yellow Spring struck with his palm. Rumble. The Yellow Spring's palm force swept through the world, accompanied by an elite sword qi hidden within. It was the Yellow Spring sword. Xue Luosha sensed that someone was coming with ill intentions. Her body shone with a bloody light, forming a huge shield that enveloped her body. Boom, boom, boom. The palm force and sword qi bombarded the bloody light shield, but there was no ripple at all. Ha ha ha! Xue Luosha became even more arrogant and laughed maniacally. This Old Ancestor Yellow Spring frowned slightly. This person was a Mahayana stage expert. It would not be easy to deal with him. Hand over the control of the 3,000 feet of Netherworld immediately. Otherwise, I'll make you bleed for 5 steps and then annihilate your Netherworld sect. Boast! Ha ha ha! It'll be the same even if Yi Qin comes. I won't let him leave. Just as Shui Luosha's domineering voice was transmitted, a rumble resounded through the 9 heavens at the same time. Following that, a voice came from the boat. Is that so? Ha! Hearing that voice, Shui Luosha's heart trembled. She knew that the voice was definitely Yi Chen's. She did not expect him to come personally. It's you, Yi Chen. Indeed, I've come personally. Shui Luosha, kneel on the ground and kowtow 800 times, and I'll spare your life. Ha ha ha, what a joke. A puny conjoint stage, Cultivator dares to order me around? I'm a Mahayana stage cultivator. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Although she said that she was not afraid, Shui Luosha's body trembled slightly when she recalled that the true Spirit Lord had died in Yi Chen's hands. Since you're not afraid, then show me what you've got, Shui Luosha. Charge! Shui Luosha naturally did not dare to attack recklessly. She ordered the demonic world army to charge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, countless demonic warriors roared and charged toward the netherworld. How dare you! Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, a majestic energy swept across the battlefield. The charging demonic world army was swept away by the wind like dust and buried by the ground. Rumble! With a loud noise, hundreds of thousands of demonic warriors were shaken by Yi Chen's power and fell into the abyss. Huh! Such a majestic power shocked Shui Luosha and made her cower. Shui Luosha, show me what you've got now. Didn't you say that you don't care about me at all? Kill! Shui Luosha was enraged. The bloody light around her turned into a huge demonic claw and reached out toward Yi Chen. You dare to show off with such a useless technique? Yi Chen was furious. It was not because Shui Luosha was powerful, but because she had used such a perfunctory ability. It was simply ridiculous. Kacha, kacha, kacha! In just one exchange, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with electricity and instantly broke Shui Luosha's bloody demonic claw. This. Shui Luosha, one of the 10 great demon generals, will be missing today. No, that's impossible. Shui Luosha realized that the difference between her and Yi Chen was like heaven and earth. They were not on the same level at all. She immediately gave the order to retreat. Retreat, retreat. The demonic world army was also intimidated by Yi Chen's power and retreated into the demonic ships. Will we make it if we leave now? Chapter 2018. Just as Shui Luosha was about to turn the demonic boat around, the wind and clouds surged in the sky. Darkness power covered 1,000 miles, and the entire demonic boat was instantly trapped in Yi Chen's darkness barrier. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Dark lightning flashed, and the origin of darkness appeared above the 9 heavens. It turned into a pair of dark eyes and peered at the demons. Ah! The demons fell into a panic. Many of them had seen the might of the Dark Emperor before. Now that they saw the darkness pool, they panicked. Don't panic! Shui Luosha shouted, trying to calm down and suppress the fear in her heart. Yi Chen, how dare you stop me? Ha ha ha, lowly trapped beast. You've entered the death gate and you still want to be arrogant? Yi Chen flew up and controlled the darkness pool. The might of the Dark Emperor appeared again. Let the darkness devour your ambitions. Go. With a wave of his hand, the darkness pool released a powerful dark energy. This energy turned into a barrier and pressed down on the demonic boat. Damn it! Shui Luosha was furious. A blood-red steel fork appeared in her hand, and she threw it into the sky. Rumble! The blood-red steel fork turned into a huge Rakshasa shadow. It waved its arm, trying to take down Yi Chen. Above the sky, Yi Chen's eyes were cold. The darkness pool released a huge arm to fight against the Rakshasa shadow. Rumble. There was a loud bang, and a huge force collided. The sky changed color, the sun and moon changed, the void shattered, and the pulse of shock. The moment the two forces collided, the huge Rakshasa shadow shattered in the sky. It could not fight at all. This was the power of the darkness pool. Roar. The shattered Raksasa's power wanted to return to Shwe Luosha's body. All of this was within Yi Chen's expectations. The darkness pool formed a devouring vortex again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, the devouring vortex turned into a black hole. The power that wanted to return to Shwe Luosha's body was completely devoured by the darkness pool and became Yi Chen's power. Seeing this, Shwe Luosha was shocked. She had never thought that the power that she had cultivated for a long time would be devoured by the origin of darkness, just like that, without any warning. This feeling was too shocking, too terrifying. She was completely stunned by Yi Chen. No, this can't be true. Ridiculous. The 10 great, slaughtering generals of the demon world are only at this level? Yi Chen's body shook as his foundation soared. What this is? Mahayana, you do understand. This. Previously, Yi Chen had relied on his conjoint body foundation to crush her. Now that Yi Chen had displayed his Mahayana cultivation base, Shwe Luosha was in complete despair. It was impossible to defeat him. On the demonic arc, all of the demons were also struck by the deepest fear. Yi Chen's cultivation base was no longer below Shwe Luosha's. As a result, Shwe Luosha was completely defeated in terms of foundation and talent. Lady Shwe Luosha, what do we do? Scram! Shwe Luosha attacked furiously. Her sharp claws slashed out, and that person's head was instantly sent flying. This was her final act of venting her rage. Shwe Luosha, you invaded the nether plane and provoked me. Die! Damn it! Shwe Luosha was infuriated, and she unleashed all the power she had in her life to once again form a grand Rakshasa silhouette. Next, blood energy surged into the sky, and the surrounding space fell into a bloody hell. This was Shwe Luosha's final gambit. Roar! As the Rakshasa silhouette reappeared, the ground cracked and the void shook. The Rakshasa silhouette waved its sharp claws, stirring up the wind and clouds. Countless amounts of blood turned into a torrent and attacked Yi Chen. Oh, facing the bloody torrent, Yi Chen smiled slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The devouring vortex moved again. The darkness pool covered the sky and completely controlled the entire space. Shwe Luosha's bloody hell was no match for it at all. It was constantly being destroyed by the devouring vortex. Wave after wave of energy turned into energy and was completely absorbed. Shwe Luosha flew up to the sky and merged with the Rakshasa silhouette, turning into an ancient beast that wanted to devour Yi Chen. Yi Chen Dai. The huge Rakshasa silhouette stretched out its sharp claws, wanting to grab Yi Chen. Lord Pluto, watch out! The underworld powerhouses behind shouted loudly. In the midst of their terror, they saw Shwe Luosha's claws had already grabbed Yi Chen. Then her claws came together. Rumble. After the palms came together, Shwe Luosha was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, is that all you got? Shwe Luosha laughed loudly, thinking that she had successfully killed Yi Chen. Everyone from the underworld was shocked. Could Shwe Luosha really have killed the underworld king? However, the patriarch of hell and the 3 heavens of the underworld were very natural. They knew very well what Yi Chen was capable of. It was impossible for Shwe Luosha to kill him. Moreover, they had seen the truth of the battle. Rumble. Kacha, kacha, kacha! Just as everyone was shocked, the claws of the Rakshasa silhouette in the void shattered and exploded. Ah! Shwe Luosha revealed a pained expression. Her entire arms turned into blood-colored fragments that scattered everywhere. You! How dare you show off such insignificant skills in front of me? I've tolerated you for too long. Yi Chen flew up, and the Heavenly Emperor's sword appeared in his hand. Heavenly Emperor's sword, Judgment. The Judgment sword carried the might of a Heavenly Emperor, completely crushing Xue Luosha's last bit of hope. Above the sky, in the clouds of the 9 heavens, an incomparably majestic sword gleam slashed down from the sky. Rumble. No. Seeing her own death, Xue Luosha's eyes widened. She was unwilling, but what was the use? With a shattering sound, the entire Rakshasa silhouette was crushed into pieces. At the same time, Xue Luosha's body exploded and turned into dust. Ah! The demonic tribe army was completely stunned at the sight of this. Xue Luosha, one of the 10 great generals of the devil world, could not even withstand a single blow from Yi Chen. Please be merciful, Dark Emperor. Let us return to the devil world. That's right. We followed Xue Luosha into battle. We didn't really want to invade the underworld. We're all innocent. Please forgive us. Countless demonic tribe warriors knelt on the ground, hoping to be pardoned by Yi Chen. Oh, Yi Chen smirked as he faced the demonic tribe's self-saving methods. It's too late for all of you to repent now. Ah, Yi Chen, don't kill us. Ha ha ha. That one sentence triggered the sincerity of these people. Yi Chen waved the Heavenly Emperor's sword in his hand again. The sword cut through the wind and clouds, and blood-colored light scattered across the 9 provinces. Whoosh! The sword gleam slashed across the huge demonic ship. In an instant, the entire demonic ship split from the center. As the light shone in all directions, an energy explosion was activated at the same time. Ah! The demonic tribe army was completely destroyed in the most horrifying despair. They did not even have the chance to make a sound. The Judgment sword had already pierced through everything. Destruction was right before their eyes. Annihilation had long been destined. Xue Luosha's army was completely annihilated. All hail the Netherworld King! All hail the Netherworld King! The invading army was destroyed. The Underworld army kept chanting Yi Chen's name with overwhelming might. 3,000 feet back to the Netherworld. Chapter 2019. At the Devil Army Headquarters. Master Qifeng, there's news from the front. Xue Luosha was killed by Yi Chen due to her carelessness. The entire army was wiped out. That idiot ruined our army's prestige. He deserves to die, Red Tiger said angrily. It's useless to let this guy be the vanguard, Red Leopard said. Looks like we have to hurry up. The Upper Realm gave us a time limit this time. If we can't get the 3 realms core within 3 days, then we'll all be guilty. Big brother, don't worry about that. We've gone all out this time. Are we afraid that we can't kill Yi Chen? We can't be careless. Yi Chen is someone who killed the Devil World's ruler. Ha ha ha. The Devil World's ruler is nothing. He's just a small character. With the 3 of us attacking together, no one in the Death Town can escape. That's right, big brother. We'll definitely win this time. Although Red Tiger and Red Leopard were full of confidence, Qifeng had some doubts. He really wanted to see what kind of person Yi Chen was. The vast demonic ship passed through many obstacles and headed toward the underworld. Yi Chen sat on the throne and rewarded many cultivators after killing Xue Luosha within 3,000 feet of the Netherworld. Patriarchal, you've done well in guarding the Netherworld battle mansion this time. This is your reward. Yi Chen tossed out a golden pill. This golden pill was refined by him using the 3 realms core. It contained the 3 realms energy and was of great help to cultivation. Thank you, fellow Yi. The Patriarchal was very excited after putting away the golden pill. He had reached the critical moment of breaking through. Breaking through to the integration stage had become his greatest need. Yi Chen's golden pill was very suitable for him. Wushuang, this is the essence of the divine weapons I've subdued after defeating many experts. It'll be of great benefit to you. Take it. Thank you, big brother. Yi Wushuang stood up. Yi Qin pointed forward, and a beam of golden light shot out. Within the golden light were waves of divine weapon essences. As Yi Chen pointed, all of the essence was instilled into Yi Wushuang's body. To Yi Wushuang, this energy was much better than those miraculous pills. After absorbing the divine weapon's essence, Yi Wushuang's sword spirit physique would be even more perfect. He would regain the feeling of a peak immortal weapon. Many of the other combatants received Yi Chen's rewards, one after another. These rewards were targeted at their cultivation methods, martial arts, and obstacles on the path of cultivation. They were all practical goods that were very useful to these combatants. Reporting to the Nether King, a large amount of demonic energy has been discovered within 100 miles of the Yellow Spring. Among them, there are 3 extremely powerful demonic energies. Oh! Everyone turned their heads to look at the reporting demon warrior. The Nether King had just killed off Shui Luosha, dampening the morale of the demon army. And now he dares to invade us again? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Humph! The demonic evildoers are so conceited. This time, let us, the 3 heavens of the Netherworld, meet them. That's right, Lord Nether King. There's no need for you to act. We'll take down these 3 people. Seeing that the underworld 3 heavens were brimming with fighting spirit, Yi Qin nodded slightly and allowed their request to fight. Thank you, Your Majesty Pluto. The 3 of them stood up at the same time, walked out of the main hall, and set off with their respective troops. On a peak 3,000 feet away from the Yellow Spring, the demonic boat slowly approached the shore. Big Brother, we're less than 100 miles away from the Yellow Spring. It's better to send out scouts to observe their movements. That's reasonable. Qi Fang extended his hand and pointed at the sky. Immediately, clouds of demonic energy surged out. These demonic energy transformed into countless firebirds in midair and flew toward the Yellow Spring. Ha ha ha! With Big Brother's firebirds monitoring, none of them can escape, Red Tiger and Red Leopard said excitedly. Then, everyone drank together. About a moment later, Qi Fang sensed movement in front of them. Everyone, please take a look. Qi Fang's sword finger shone. In a screen of light, the information collected by the firebirds appeared in front of them. Red Tiger and Red Leopard smiled coldly when they saw the images. This time, the 3 heavens of the Netherworld are personally taking action. Us brothers are going to give them a show of strength, Red Leopard said with a cold smile. Big Brother, what do you think? Red Tiger asked. This time, the Netherworld is sending out Indra, Azura, and Domo. These 3 are at the top of the 3 heavens of the Netherworld and have some strength. Brothers, don't be careless. Don't worry, Big Brother. We will make sure that the so-called 3 heavens of the Netherworld never return. Red Tiger and Red Leopard cupped their hands and bowed. Then, they left the hall and flew forward with their subordinates. 3,000 feet of the Yellow Spring. Indra flew high in the sky and transformed into a giant eye. It was like a lake above the clouds and emitted a majestic light that shone forward. The demonic boat is 100 miles away. They're making their move. I can sense 2 powerful forces. They're coming. Hearing Indra's words, Azura and Domo led their subordinates and stood in the void, waiting information. Rumble. At this moment, above the void, thunder rumbled and thunder rumbled. Ha ha ha! With a burst of wild laughter, a ferocious tiger roared in the forest, shaking the world. This roar shook the surrounding 100 miles. The people of the Netherworld only felt their heads splitting and blood flowing out of their ears. Those with weak foundations exploded on the spot. Activate the protective barrier. In order to preserve the strength of the Netherworld army, Indra shouted. Ah! Domo roared. After that, his gigantic body transformed into a tentacle barrier that shook the heavens and the earth. It grew unceasingly, forming countless tentacle mountain ranges. These mountain ranges surrounded the people of the underworld, blocking the effects of the tiger's roar. Boom, boom, boom. However, the tiger roar continued to move, putting great pressure on Domo's body. Domo, are you all right? Azura asked. This bit of injury is nothing to me. You should be very clear about my recovery ability. I'm not worried about this. Azura spread his wings and flew above the 9 heavens, looking at the army of the Netherworld. At this moment, under the leadership of Red Tiger and Red Leopard, the army of the Netherworld came in a mighty and aggressive manner. In the surrounding mountains, countless demonic warriors charged forward and swept in all directions. God knows how many mountains and earth were trampled and exploded by them. Boom, boom, boom. Every step forward would cause dust to fly hundreds of feet into the air. It was terrifying. Ha ha ha. As the red tiger roared, its majestic might shook 1,000 miles and continued to attack Domo's giant body. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Domo's body kept exploding, dripping with blood. Relying on his powerful recovery ability, he protected the first line of defense of the Netherworld. Seeing that Domo was struggling, Azura frowned and anger rose in his heart. Who are you? A question echoed 1,000 miles. Ha 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 die. Chapter 2020. Azura of the 3 skies of the Netherworld, die. From 100 miles away, a voice transmission came. Thunder shook the sky, and a red tiger's roar split the sky. Oh! Feeling this powerful vibration, the Azura's eyes turned cold. All the power in his body condensed on his bone wings. Both wings opened, and a gale swept out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This gale contained the Azura's violent netherworld energy and engulfed everything. The netherworld energy gale shook the tiger's roar. The invisible forces from both sides collided in the void. Instantly, the sky exploded and the wind and clouds moved. Violent thunder dyed the sky and earth. Rumble. Above the rumbling sound, a person descended with great power. Ha ha ha, before me. All of you bow your heads. The red tiger's laughter was like thunder that disturbed the mind, shaking everyone's eardrums again. Seeing this, Domo waved his tentacles and activated a flesh barrier to isolate the sound attack again. Damn it! Seeing Domo's action, the red tiger flew out, stretched out his claws, and slashed at the void in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless claw lights transformed into flowing blade energy that attacked Domo Luo. Ultimate defense. Domo released his netherworld energy and activated a secret spell. Instantly, the surface of all his tentacles turned into diamond scales that were impervious to swords and spears. Clang, clang, clang. The flowing light blades all bombarded the scales, but they couldn't penetrate them and dissipated. Ha ha ha. You want to break through my ultimate defense? Dream on. Is that so? After failing in one move, the red tiger didn't hesitate. A sharp blade appeared in his hand. It looked short, but it was actually extremely sharp. It was the divine spiritual treasure, leopard head blade. Kill. The red tiger's figure disappeared in the space and then appeared several hundred feet away. It turned into a flowing light and went straight for Domo. Damn it. Domo naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He activated countless steel tentacles and slammed them toward the red tiger. Boom, boom, boom. Every tentacle attack caused the earth to explode and the mountains to crumble. The powerful force shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, the red tiger seemed to know where he was going to attack. Every attack was easily dodged. Such reaction speed was too shocking. So. Although it was attacked by hundreds of tentacles, the red leopard was still able to dodge with ease. It was impossible to grasp its true location. How is this possible? Domo was forced into a passive position. Right at this moment, Red Leopard's figure appeared in front of his weakest tentacles. These tentacles were only responsible for attacking and did not have the steel defense that the other tentacles had. Kill! Scarlet Leopard's eyes emitted a murderous glint as the leopard head blade in his hand slashed out rapidly. Chi! 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 Under the saber light and sword shadow, those weak tentacles were directly cut and shattered by the saber light of the leopard head saber. Ah! A cry of pain rang out. Domo Luo had been gravely injured. Ha ha ha! Accompanied by complacent laughter, Crimson Leopard returned above the 9 heavens and met up with Crimson Tiger. Big brother, these pieces of trash are really too useless. Is that so? This time, we are here to torture and kill. Let's start with the underworld, 3 heavens. Yes, exactly. The 2 perverted demonic sovereigns revealed their ugly faces. However, they possessed powerful demonic energy, their demonic might brilliant, making one shiver in fear. Upon seeing these 2 monsters, the entire Netherworld army fell into a passive state. Who are you? Tell me your name, Azura asked angrily. Since you want to know who killed you so much, I'll tell you. I'm Red Leopard. My name is Red Tiger. Red Fang is our big brother. This time we want to eradicate the Netherworld and take back the core of the 3 realms. Get Yi Qin to surrender immediately and hand over his treasures. Otherwise, all of you will die without a burial place. Upon hearing Red Leopard and Red Tiger's words, the underworld 3 heavens were unable to restrain their anger. The 2 people before them did not take them seriously at all. This was a huge mockery. They are so rude. What are we waiting for? Domo said angrily. Dozens of his attacking tentacles had been cut off by Red Leopard. Now he hated these people from the demonic world the most. He could not wait to eat their flesh and drink their blood. Towering tentacles. In order to get back at them, Domo did not hold back this time. The huge attack was as large as a mountain, shaking the world and pressing down. Ha ha ha! You want to shake my demonic world army with such power? Facing these towering tentacles, Red Tiger smiled coldly. Roar! With a roar, Red Tiger soared to the 9 heavens and punched out. The crowd only saw the fist light explode in the sky. Following that, it turned into countless tiger-shaped attacks that rushed toward the underworld army. Boom, boom, boom. These tiger-shaped attacks bombarded the towering tentacles, causing violent explosions like raindrops in the sky. Domo's tentacles were completely disintegrated and shattered. Arg! The extreme pain caused Domo's body to tremble continuously. The explosion of these tentacles was extremely harmful to him. Domo, are you all right? Indra asked. No problem. Domo stood up again. The injuries all over his body began to heal. Hand over the core of the 3 realms. This is your only chance. Red Tiger shouted. Trying to provoke the Netherworld King? This is the most unwise choice. Azura rebuked. You really don't know what's good for you. Red Tiger was furious. Without another word, he sat cross-legged in the void. A ferocious tiger mount appeared beneath him, and he walked toward the underworld army. Indra's glaring Vajra 1000 hand imprint. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A burst of light blossomed from Indra's body. Following that, the huge figure of glaring Vajra appeared behind him. The power of Buddha was infused into the glaring Vajra. At this moment, the Vajra was furious and wanted to kill. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Indra's figure appeared on the path that Red Tiger took. He sat cross-legged in the void like a meditating Buddha. I didn't expect someone to want to die so soon. Boast! The Vajra behind Indra stretched out a huge palm print and grabbed at Red Tiger. You want to deal with me with such a useless move? Red Tiger's inner breath trembled. The previous tiger-shaped fist light appeared again. Roar, roar, roar. With a brutal roar, the tiger-shaped attack came crushing down. 1,000 handprint. Boom, boom, boom. Indra wasn't willing to be outdone. He activated the glaring Vajra 1,000 handprint. Instantly, countless arms appeared behind the glaring Vajra. It was like the 1,000-hand guanine. Countless hand prints blasted out and clashed with the opponent's tiger-shaped fist light. Boom, boom, boom. Above the 9 heavens, countless energy blasted out, triggering shock waves that shook a radius of 1,000 miles. Countless mountains were destroyed, and countless places on the ground cracked. At the same time, a large number of underworld warriors were affected by the shock waves and fell into madness. Ah, ha ha ha. They had strange expressions on their faces as they danced. Following that, a shocking scene unfolded. They took out their sharp blades and waved them around, completely disregarding the lives of their companions. Seeing such a scene, the 3 heavens were shocked. Chapter 2021. Mighty Tiger Immortal. Seeing that Red Tiger had suppressed Indra, the demons cheered as if they had already won. Ridiculous! Indra was infuriated. The Vajra behind him went berserk once again. Countless arms reached out and bombarded the Scarlet Tiger. Good timing! Red Tiger looked excited. This was his first time fighting in the lower realm. He wanted to show his might and kill the person before him. Roar! Heaven and earth darkened as the ferocious tiger roared. A huge, demonic tiger charged at the ferocious tiger behind Indra. Ah! Indra was shocked. He didn't expect Red Tiger to attack directly and destroy his source of immortal power. Indra Gale Palm Imprint. Such a threat had to be eradicated. Indra circulated all the immortal power in his body, gathered the power of the gale, and flew up. Rumble! With a loud bang, the tiger-shaped, demonic power from before instantly exploded a mountain peak, and that location was exactly where Indra had been previously. You want to escape just like that? Why would I run away? You're underestimating me too much. I'm not underestimating you. I want you to die. Remember my name, Red Tiger. The roar of the tiger sounded again, shaking heaven and earth. In the boundless darkness, a striped tiger charged into the sky and locked onto Indra. Watch out! At this moment, seeing the demonic tiger charging at him again, Azura flapped his wings. Instantly, gusts of wind swept over, trying to disrupt the accuracy of Red Tiger's attack. However, this was all in vain. Red Tiger's power was too strong, and the demonic rules contained within were even more powerful. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious tiger broke through Azura's gale and charged at Azura. His target is you. Ah! Azura originally wanted to save Indra, but he didn't expect the opponent's target to be him. Caught off guard, he was heavily injured. Ah! With a scream, Azura's body fell from the sky. Azura! Seeing Azura injured, Domo shouted and reached out with his tentacles to catch him. Whoosh! Domo saved Azura through his tentacles, but the situation became more passive. Ha ha ha! Sharp laughter sounded. Everyone looked over and saw Red Leopard beside Red Tiger. Second brother, it's up to me now. All right, I'll let you show off your skills. Scarlet Tiger stayed behind to hold down the fort, while Scarlet Leopard flew out. So. In the blink of an eye, the sharp claws slashed across and blood splattered. Chi. Fresh blood dyed the entire sky red. The Scarlet Leopard's speed was above that of the Scarlet Tiger's, and every attack carried a huge impact energy. This kind of energy could cause extremely large lacerations. Leopard roams the world. The Red Leopard let out an enraged roar, and in the blink of an eye, he had already traversed 100 miles. On the path he took, countless bursts of energy rushed out, and these demonic energy turned into ghosts that reaped lives, unceasingly hunting down the surrounding netherworld realm experts. Blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. They might have already been killed before they even saw the red leopard's figure. These two are too strong. We need to release the Trine Sky Formation. Azura, can you still hold on? No problem. For the sake of everyone's comfort, Azura endured the immense pain and responded. All right, activate the formation. The three powerhouses flew up to the 9 heavens, chanting incantations at the same time to activate the formation. Underworld, 3 heavens, formation. Z, Z, Z. The 3 of them released their own prowess at the same time, charging into the sky and converging into the image of a seal. The power of 3 days condensed into the netherworld energy seal. Above the void, it spun continuously, releasing countless bright lights. These lights carried the power of the seal's rule and began to counterattack. Red Leopard, don't be arrogant. Indra roared loudly, triggering the power of the seal, transforming into a sword rain that struck the ground crazily. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding space shook rapidly. Within the coverage of the seal, there was no place to hide. But right in front of everyone, the red leopard actually disappeared. Where did the red leopard go? Indra asked. We couldn't find his location. This is very strange. He was originally within the attack range of our seal. This, looking at the surrounding environment, although it was full of desolation, they couldn't see the red leopard's location. Zung. Right at this moment, suddenly, the 3 of them looked up at the sky at the same time. A black shadow suddenly appeared. Ha ha ha, I'll play with you guys. The light shadow gradually became clear, and it was the red leopard. You be *starred. Indra sent out a large hand seal, wanting to kill it in one fell swoop. But the red leopard's figure was too agile, and its demonic energy was endless. It was almost impossible to find its location. Triple light protection. Seeing that the red leopard disappeared again, Indra activated the triple light protection for safety. Within the power of the triple light, Indra, Azura, and Domo began to meditate. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless underworld energy surrounded the triple light. Their power was formed by the 3 great innate masters. Oh! The red leopard revealed a sinister smile. Then, 2 sharp blades appeared in its hands. These 2 blades were both supreme grade spirit treasures. They were sharp and unparalleled. Kill. In order to break through the 3 days formation, the red leopard displayed its might. Everything before him was under Yi Chen's control. Inside the underworld temple, Yi Chen stared at the light screen before him. The images of the red leopard and red tiger had already appeared. Demon realm, you guys can't handle it anymore? Yi Chen's eyes locked on a place in the distance. Although the red leopard and red tiger were powerful, Yi Chen felt that the true powerhouse was behind them. On the battlefield, the red leopard held a sharp blade and showed off its abilities. Swish, swish, swish. A few sharp marks appeared, and the triple light formation had already revealed a flaw. Ha ha ha, the triple light formation. What a joke! The red leopard transformed into its leopard form. With its sharp teeth and sharp blades, it charged at the triple light formation. Kill! Indra was enraged. The glaring Vajra appeared again. Rumble! The glaring Vajra struck out with a palm that was like Mount Tai pressing down on the red leopard. Swish, swish, swish! However, the red leopard dodged in a flash. Then the sharp blade went straight for Indra. Be careful! Domo released countless tentacles to restrain the red leopard. Damn it! The red leopard's blade flashed. In the blink of an eye, it cut those tentacles into pieces. Swish! Indra felt a sharp pain in his arm. He had been hit. Indra! I'm fine. Maintain the formation. Yes. The 3 powerhouses continued to maintain the formation. As long as the 3 days formation was still there, the demonic tribe army could forget about entering the heart of the underworld. At this moment, the red tiger's eyes were slightly cold. He did not want to waste any more time. Howling heaven and earth. Gate of sanguinity. The red tiger attacked again. It was completely different from before. This kind of power could even kill a Mahayana stage cultivator. Rumble. The tiger-shaped true power roared and broke through countless mountains, directly arriving in front of the 3 days. The 3 days were shocked. Caught off guard, the tiger-shaped true power directly broke through the 3 days' protective air barrier and destroyed the triple sky formation in the air. Kacha! 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 As the 3 days formation was destroyed, the red tiger's suppressive power made the 3 days of the underworld miserable. Their bodies gradually floated in the air. Under such control, they were like ants. Chapter 2022. You lowly ants die. Red tiger roared as his claws tore through the void. The 3 underworld heavens were thrown into the sky at the same time. As the 3 screamed, the demonic tiger opened its huge mouth, trying to devour them. Rumble. Just as the 3 were in danger, there was a loud noise in the sky. Then a huge hand stretched out from the void and grabbed the tiger shape. Seeing this scene, Red Tiger suddenly looked up at the void. He did not find any clues, but the huge hand suddenly grabbed. Crack! The tiger's shape suddenly broke and exploded. Rumble. Between heaven and earth. Thunder rumbled and a majestic figure appeared in front of everyone. Many powerhouses looked up at the sky. They wanted to see who it was that broke Red Tiger's ultimate technique. Demon, how dare you invade my underworld? At this moment, with a roar, Yi Qin descended. Feeling this powerful inner energy, Red Tiger frowned slightly and looked at Yi Qin. Ha ha ha! It seems that you are the lord of the underworld, Yi Qin. Yes, it is me. Why don't you kneel and surrender? Kneel and surrender? Ha ha ha! You are really an interesting person. Red Tiger laughed, but the corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. His eyes were like sharp thorns locked onto Yi Qin. That kind of murderous look would instantly intimidate ordinary people. Yi Qin sensed that there was an intimidating aura hidden in her expression. The aura could affect one's brainwaves and cause them to fall into an illusion. However, Yi Qin was an ancient god. He automatically activated the defense mechanism and blocked the transmission of this energy in the air. Under my deterrence barrier, you can still be as calm as Mount Tai? Red Tiger thought that Yi Qin would kneel and surrender on the spot. However, Yi Qin looked at him coldly without any intention of giving in. This made Red Tiger feel that the person in front of him was somewhat capable. Go! Red Tiger waved his claws and a gust of wind whistled, attacking Yi Qin. Sword slash! Facing this bloodthirsty gust, Yi Qin slightly waved his fingers, and it was just a simple sword slash. Hiss, hiss, hiss! As the sword chi sliced itself in the void, everything in the space shattered. The power of the tiger's roar could not escape the fate of being shattered. Such an incomparably sharp slash made the crimson tiger tremble in fear. Impossible! How did this person pinpoint my killer move? Just as he was feeling puzzled, Yi Qin waved his sword finger again. Under Scarlet Tiger's shocked gaze, a sharp gleam shot toward his head. Scarlet Tiger turned pale with fright. He kept retreating. Then his whole body released the power of Tiger Roar to maintain his balance. Red Leopard, why aren't you moving? Ha! Scarlet Tiger, I didn't think that you would actually take the initiative to ask me for help. Is the person in front of you worth you being so flustered? This person is not as simple as he looks. His foundation is definitely not below that of a loose immortal. No way. Looking at Red Tiger's trembling gaze, Red Leopard's heart was in a mess. Could Yi Qin really be that powerful? Scarlet Leopard's figure flashed, and a sharp light flickered in his hand, wanting to kill in one strike. Lord Pluto, be careful! The underworld, three heavens, shouted loudly. They had seen how powerful the red leopard was. Clang! Yi Chen stood alone in the air. Two of his fingers grasped the killing light in the air. Space froze in an instant. The red leopard's advantage in speed was gone, and he was trapped in the ancient god space. In this space, only Yi Chen could move freely. As for those who were trapped, no matter how fast they would be frozen on the spot, unable to move. Red Leopard felt as if his body had turned into a statue, completely losing the strength to move. This is impossible. What's going on? This feeling was extremely bad. He finally understood what Red Tiger meant. Yi Chen was really not someone they could deal with casually. Even leaving this place had become extremely difficult. Time and space were completely controlled. Red Tiger and Red Leopard's movements were like a slow-motion movie. Every single detail was under Yi Chen's control. Red Tiger, Red Leopard, do you see the difference between us? Yi Chen's voice also became very slow, but the intensity of his voice increased. It was like a pulse, entering Red Tiger and Red Leopard's ears in waves. Their psyche defense began to collapse. No matter what, they would never have thought that they would be trapped in such a strange space. Red Tiger! Red Leopard circulated his origin power and shouted forcefully. No, can be reckless. Although his voice was Han Man's, Red Tiger still reminded Red Leopard that in this space, they must not move recklessly. Otherwise, it was very likely that the slightest movement could have an incomparably huge impact. This was the butterfly effect. Both of them circulated their demonic energy at the same time, releasing the cultivation base of independent cultivators. These energies turned into waves of dense waves, fusing together. Following that, although it was still slow, their psyche could finally communicate. As soon as their demonic psyche moved, their minds could communicate. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out. Both of them looked around at the same time, but did not see anyone. As the sound continued to get closer, they finally saw a huge figure walking toward them. When they saw the giant figure in front of them, clearly, their hearts trembled. Yi Chen! What they saw was Yi Chen. His speed was completely different from theirs. He was not restricted by the space before him, moving freely. Red Tiger, Red Leopard, do you admit defeat? No, impossible. Both of them were demon martial worlds, itinerant immortals. How could they yield and admit defeat? Red Tiger and Red Leopard constantly released their demonic energy, trying to break free from the comfort of the space before them. However, the more they did so, the more they fell into it. This was the strange thing about the ancient god space. 8 gates divine discs. Yi Chen released the 8 gates divine discs. 8 rays of light appeared at the same time. The 8 gates divine discs constantly rotated above Red Tiger and Red Leopard, stabilizing the power of the entire space. It was almost impossible to break through from the inside. Still not showing yourself. Yi Chen pointed his sword at Red Tiger and Red Leopard's heads. Clearly, he was going to activate a killing move. His target was none other than the demon martial world's vanguard Qi Fang, who was hiding in the dark. Oh, looks like you've already discovered me. You don't have to doubt that. Do you want to save them? So what if I do? Ha ha ha, if I were you, I'd leave automatically. Don't get involved in this mess. You're too confident. Chief Fang's eyes focused, and a huge power awakened in his body. Roar! Following the roar, an enormous bird that looked like a red-crowned crane appeared behind Qi Fang. It constantly flapped its wings, and gusts of strong wind force shook Yi Chen's ancient god space. Chapter 2023. Rumble. As the wind blew, Yi Chen's ancient god space shook violently. Many parts of it even showed signs of destruction. Kill! Yi Chen glared at Qi Fang and swung the heavenly emperor sword. Whoosh! The majestic sword energy rushed toward Qi Fong, but his opponent was not afraid at all. As a crane screeched, a gigantic immortal crane's claw grabbed the sword Qi that Yi Chen released directly in the air. Crack! With a shocking explosion, Yi Chen's sword energy was crushed in the air. Just as Yi Chen was fighting Qi Fong, Red Tiger and Red Leopard channeled their demonic abilities. Powerful itinerant immortal power erupted and even triggered the divine thunder. Rumble! Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Both of them used their abilities and forcefully attacked the ancient god space. Yi Chen was afraid that the ancient god space would have problem, so he immediately put it away. Red Tiger and Red Leopard escaped danger. It was a thrilling scene. Yi Chen, how dare you restrain us brothers? Today you'll die a horrible death. Brat, today is the anniversary of your death. Both of them locked onto Yi Chen at the same time, wanting to vent their hatred for being trapped in the ancient god space by Yi Chen. Roar! Tiger and Leopard attacked one after another, charging toward Yi Chen. Qi Fong found an opportunity and attacked at the same time, adding a crane attack. 3 powerful demonic abilities swore to end Yi Chen's life. Yi Chen died. The 3 of them worked together, shaking the sky. Even a master Mahayana cultivator would die on the spot. Facing the 3 of them, Yi Chen roared and kept improving his foundation. Powerful demonic abilities surged into his meridians, and demonic inscriptions erupted all over his body. Roar! At the same time, the space-time raging dragon appeared behind him. It opened its giant mouth and swallowed the attack in front of it. Rumble! The 3 huge waves of energy were swallowed by the space-time raging dragon into the ancient god space. Rumbling sounds kept coming from Yi Chen's body. It was the 3 waves of energy sweeping and stirring, trying to break out of his body. The ancient god space was extremely sturdy. No matter how strong these energies were, they could not tear the ancient god space. At the same time, the space-time rage dragon activated the space-time laws, causing the internal structure of the ancient god space to become even more complex and ever-changing. It instantly cut off the connection between the 3 energies and Qi Fong, Qi Hu, and Qi Bao. The 3 of them watched as Yi Chen stood alone in the void, completely unharmed. This shocked them greatly. This is impossible. Even the strongest Qi Fong couldn't understand this. Big brother, what's going on with this person? Just now, we saw him devour the 3 sure-kill energy forces. Scarlet Leopard said, Big brother, even a late-stage Mahayana cultivator wouldn't be able to digest the 3 bursts of energy from us. He would definitely explode and die. At most, he has just reached the Mahayana realm. He shouldn't be able to wield such power. Hearing what Red Tiger and Red Leopard said, Qi Fong also thought so. However, the facts before their eyes told them that Yi Chen's foundation might be far beyond their imagination. They had encountered a tough opponent. Yi Chen is too abnormal. We can't be careless. We'll take it step by step. Yes, the 2 of them did not continue to attack Yi Chen. Instead, they let Qi Fong deal with Yi Chen, searching for an opening. Yi Chen, how did you manage to devour 3 of our killing intents by force? You must know that this energy is enough to kill you. Qi Fong had no other choice but to ask directly. Hearing Qi Fong's question, Yi Chen smiled coldly. Ha ha ha, Qi Fong. You're a demon world itinerant immortal with a profound cultivation base and vast knowledge. Do you still need to ask me? To tell you the truth, I've seen many geniuses like you, but I've never seen one who could directly devour one of my energy forces. Moreover, he devoured 3 of our killing intents at the same time. There must be a secret behind this. You're clever. There's no harm in telling you. In this ancient god space, even if you use all your strength, don't even think about hurting me. What? Hearing this, Qi Fong's heart trembled. He frowned, and his eyes were cold. He carefully observed Yi Qin and found that he did not appear to be lying. Could it be that what he said was true? If it was really as Yi Qin said, then it was simply wishful thinking to fight Yi Qin, because any of their attacks would be absorbed by the space-time roar. What was the point of fighting? Qi Feng fell into deep thought. This was Yi Chen's plan to disrupt the enemy's thinking. Although the ancient god space was incomparably vast and could accommodate anything, Yi Chen's current foundation was still too low. It was impossible for him to unleash the full power of the ancient god space. Therefore, he could not force himself to absorb every time he was attacked. However, Yi Chen forcefully absorbed 3 energy forces. This behavior was too shocking, causing Qi Feng to lose his ability to think calmly. Big brother, is what this person said true? Qi Bao and Qi, who came over to ask. Although they were itinerant, immortal powerhouses, they had never seen an extraordinary genius like Yi Chen. Without any experience, they naturally hesitated. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had used this time to quickly refine and absorb the 3 energy forces through the ancient god space. He had already completed 1 cycle. Phew! Yi Chen let out a long breath and nodded slightly. When Qi Feng saw this scene, he immediately realized that he had been tricked. Oh no, we've been tricked. Big brother, what do you mean? This person is using the time we hesitate to refine and absorb the energy forces. I understand now. It's impossible for him to absorb our energy forces multiple times. He's tricking us. What? Damn it, damn it. Hearing this, Qi Bao and Qi, who were instantly enraged. They did not expect that they, who had a lifetime of fame, would be played by Yi Chen like a monkey in the palm of his hand. Yi Chen, you bastard! How dare you trick us and buy time? Have you already refined those 3 energy forces? Facing Qi Hu and Qi Bao's questioning, Yi Chen sneered. He walked in front of the 2 and said, "Is it too late to understand now? Stop playing. It won't be too late to kill you." Hearing Yi Chen's words, it was already a tacit approval of their judgment. Their desire for revenge was even more urgent. Kill! Qi Bao transformed into a leopard and leaped, charging straight at Yi Chen. Roar! On the other hand, Qi Hu activated the Heaven and Earth Tiger Roar secret technique and activated the tiger-shaped demonic energy behind him. He charged into the sky and was about to devour Yi Chen's body. Trash! Yi Chen shouted coldly. Above his head, the 8-gate divine disc appeared. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Just when Qi Hu and Qi Bao's powerful killing moves were about to hit Yi Chen, a golden door suddenly opened on the 8-gate divine disc. Whoosh, whoosh! The 2's energy forces were guided into it by the 8-gate divine disc. What? It was sucked away again. The 2 of them were dumbfounded. Not only could Yi Chen devour their divine abilities, but he also guided their divine abilities away this time. How many more secret techniques did this person know? This scene infuriated the 2 of them, and their killing intent soared. Chapter 2024. Immortal Technique, Leopard Formation. Immortal Technique, Tiger Tooth. Their eyes were bloodshot. Yi Chen's humiliation made them go berserk. Come on. Yi Chen smirked as the 2 of them released their immortal techniques. He did not care about this little bit of ability. 8 gates disc, stop gate, view gate, open. Yi Chen activated the 8 gates disc. Suddenly, the void opened and the divine demon power flowed inside, instantly occupying the entire space. What kind of power is this? The 2 of them instantly felt that something was wrong. They looked up and found that the 8 gates disc was constantly flowing with mystical power. This was the divine demon power. The ancient god body combined with the peak demonic weave. The power in Yi Chen's body had reached the heavens. Underworld, darkness pool. At the same time, Yi Chen released the power of the darkness pool, and the underworld power appeared. Rumble. The ground cracked, space collided, mountains shattered, and tsunamis soared into the sky. At this moment, the Eight Gates disc released countless elemental powers. No matter what was in front of it, it would be destroyed. Kill. The two itinerant immortals were not easy to deal with. Facing Yi Chen's powerful counterattack, they released their powers. Boom, boom, boom. Leopard formation. Countless leopards flew out, forming a group attack. Its power was more than 100 times stronger. Tiger Tooth. Scarlet Tiger used his own immortal technique to condense a tiger-shaped demonic energy and infused all his power into his Tiger Tooth divine weapon. Suddenly, countless sharp fangs were released from the ground and the sky, piercing through everything. Rumble. The power of both sides finally collided and began to collide with each other, eliminating each other. Ninth Heaven Thunder Palm. Yi Chen's palms kept forming various seals. The power of divine thunder exploded, condensing in his hands, and he threw it forward. Go! Boom, boom, boom. The divine thunder condensed into a ball and suddenly attacked the leopard formation below. Boom, boom, boom. Countless deep pits appeared on the ground. The power of thunder and lightning flowed on them. The various leopards were annihilated by this divine thunder. My leopard formation. Scarlet Leopard's heart trembled, his eyes emitting a furious light. His immortal technique, leopard formation, was instantly crushed by Yi Chen's divine thunder. Could this be because of the difference in strength? He kept asking himself this question in his heart. After all, Yi Chen's strength and talent were too shocking, far surpassing ordinary geniuses. Although Red Leopard was unconvinced on the surface, he was convinced in his heart because this kind of might could not be possessed unless he was a reincarnated almighty. Alas, since it's like this, I have no choice but to act. Qi Fang, who had been watching from outside the battlefield for a long time, flew out to help Red Leopard and Red Tiger. Ha ha ha, if you want to fight 3 against 1, you'll have to ask me first. At that moment, the Patriarch of Hell appeared on the battlefield with many powerhouses from the Netherworld Battle Mansion. At the same time, Yi Wushuang held the Heavenly Emperor sword and fought Qi Fang. Ants like you dare to go against me? Oh my, you're really awesome. Unfortunately, I like tough people. Bring it on. Holding the Netherworld sword in his hand, Ancestor Yellow Spring flew out together with Jian Wushuang. The sword Qi dispersed and attacked Qi Fang. Ah! Qi Fang shouted. Between heaven and earth, countless immortal crane feathers appeared. These feathers contained powerful demonic energy. Once touched, one would be killed. Be careful. Sensing the powerful power in these feathers, the Patriarch warned the people from the Netherworld sect. However, there were still many powerhouses who did not understand the power of these feathers and were hit. For those who were hit, the feathers instantly disappeared from their bodies, as if they were absorbed by their skin. Then, all kinds of lumps appeared on their bodies, and blood flowed out. When black blood flowed out of their bodies, it was time for them to die. Ha ha ha, you useless things. Do you see how powerful I am? Looking at the many powerhouses from the Netherworld sect who were in pain, Qi Fang laughed. Damn, old monster. Ancestor Yellow Spring attacked angrily. The Netherworld sword Qi triggered the gate of hell and attacked Qi Fang. Insignificant skill. Qi Fang sneered in the face of the Netherworld sword Qi. Then, a handful of crane feathers appeared in his hand. Go. He threw them forward. Instantly, the feathers turned into countless sharp blades. Boom, boom, boom. These sharp blades attacked and instantly broke the Ancestor Yellow Spring's Netherworld sword Qi. Wushuang, be careful. This old man is something. All right. Yi Wushuang was smart. Naturally, he had sensed that Qi Fang's cultivation base was at itinerant immortal stage. He had a strong foundation and was extremely powerful. However, for Yi Chen, he had to hold Qi Fang back with the Patriarch. Seeing that the two people in front of him did not retreat, Qi Fong understood that if he did not kill them, he would not be able to rendezvous with Red Leopard and Red Tiger. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Qi Fong's body emitted blood-colored demonic energy. At this moment, his foundation had risen to a new height. Crimson, feather, dark heaven. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, the blood-colored light kept drawing all kinds of patterns on his body. These patterns then turned into physical feathers that attacked the people below like raindrops. Many powerhouses did not have time to prepare for these feathers at all. They were beheaded and had their arms cut off. It was extremely painful. Netherworld soared, earthquake. The patriarch was enraged when he saw his people in such pain. He gathered all the power in his body on the Netherworld sword. The most powerful sword, Qi, went straight for Qi Fong. Heavenly Emperor Sword, Universal Slash. At the same time, Yi Wushuang released the Heavenly Emperor Sword technique and attacked Qi Fong with the Patriarch. Facing the two great divine abilities, Qi Fong waved his arms. Instantly, countless blood-colored feathers appeared before him. Subsequently, they condensed into a blood feather shield. Clang, clang, clang. Their sword Qi bombarded the blood feather shield and was absorbed by the shield. It was useless. The two of them looked at each other in shock. They did not expect the opponent before them to be so powerful. At the same time, on the main battlefield, Yi Chun was alone with Red Leopard and Red Tiger. The battle had reached a climax. Tiger Tooth, kill! Red Tiger held the Tiger Tooth blade and attacked Yi Chin in a frenzy. Boom, boom, boom. Every attack could shatter the void and collapse the mountains. Endless energy exploded, sending chills down people's spines. Leopard Fist, kill! Red Leopard chased after Yi Chin. The two of them wanted to fight Yi Chin in close combat, hoping to take him down with their strength. Ha, idiot! However, Yi Chin cursed coldly. The origin of darkness above his head released endless underworld energy, forming a territory barrier. What's this? What? Ha ha ha, this is your graveyard. Yi Chin laughed out loud. His eyes emitted extreme, killing intent. His killing intent had been triggered, and he did not show any mercy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As a cold gleam flashed, the Heavenly Emperor's sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand. At the same time, the immortal-slaying flying saber hovered behind him. Killing energy surrounded all directions. Chapter 2025. In the darkness realm, Yi Chen's netherworld energy rose to a new peak. The surrounding space was under his control. Red Tiger and Red Leopard were like trapped beasts in a desperate situation. Impossible. Even a Mahayana cultivator is an ant before us. How can you do this? Red Leopard questioned. You even asked such a stupid question. You deserve to die. Yi Chen sneered and waved his hand forward. Immediately, the immortal-slaying flying dagger flew out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The flying dagger's radiance reflected countless cold gleams. These cold gleams were filled with murderous energy. Clang, clang, clang. Red Leopard used its sharp claws to collide with the immortal-slaying flying dagger, blocking the murderous gleam. However, just as he was trying his best to resist the immortal-slaying flying dagger, Yi Chen's Heavenly Emperor sword arrived. Swoosh! A sword gleam streaked past. Red Leopard's vision went black. He felt his body suddenly become light as if he had disappeared. What is this? Red Leopard. At this moment, Red Tiger roared furiously, his eyes filled with shock. When Red Leopard saw this, he seemed to understand something. He looked at his body, which had already appeared in front of him. He finally understood that his mind and body had been separated. Yi Chen, Red Leopard roared. Then he activated his demonic energy, wanting to self-destruct to hurt Yi Chen. It's meaningless. Yi Chen waved the heavenly emperor's sword. Whoosh! Another sword gleam. Ka-cha-boom! Red Leopard's head was smashed into pieces by the sword gleam. No, Red Tiger was enraged to the extreme. He charged toward Yi Chen in a frenzy. Have you lost your mind just like that? Yi Chen looked coldly at Red Tiger, who was charging at him. In the cold gleam, darkness suddenly appeared. Above his head, the darkness pool released endless netherworld energy, turning into dark chains that descended from the sky. Rumble! These chains were unparalleled, completely cutting off Red Tiger's ambition to attack Yi Chen. At the same time, these chains formed a trapping formation, trapping Red Tiger inside. Roar! A ferocious tiger silhouette appeared behind Red Tiger, wanting to break through the trapping formation. However, he had underestimated the darkness pool's power. Even a 9 tribulation scattered immortal could not break through the darkness pool's power. 8 gates, divine disc, death gate. Yi Chen activated the 8 gates divine disc and opened the death gate. Instantly, a death ray shot out and headed straight for the Red Tiger. When the death light shone on Scarlet Tiger's body, he let out a blood-curdling scream, and his body instantly turned into ashes. Scarlet Tiger, seeing Crimson Leopard and Crimson Tiger die before his eyes at the same time, Qi Feng was unable to restrain his anger. With a roar, Qi Feng broke free from the Patriarch and Wu Shuang's entanglement and rushed toward Yi Chen, courting death. Naturally, Yi Chen knew that Qi Feng wanted revenge, but he was already a spent force. 8 gates, divine plate, gate of pain. When the gate of pain opened, heaven and earth trembled. Surges of divine lightning energy continuously flowed out from the pain gate. These energies turned into electric pythons and flood dragons that devoured everything in their path. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Boom, boom, boom. Qi Feng was caught off guard and was struck. These lightning bolts wrapped around Qi Feng's body, constantly devouring his true qi. What is this? Qi Feng felt that his magic energy was being constantly devoured by this power, and he was in unbearable pain. Get lost! With a sudden roar, Qi Feng unleashed his most powerful energy and once again broke free from the entanglement of the lightning chain. Yi Chen, remember, I'll definitely come back. Qi Feng, I'll wait for you. Saying that, Yi Chen struck out with his palm. The dragon and tiger formed and chased after Qi Feng. At this time, a pair of immortal crane wings appeared on Qi Feng's back. He soared into the sky and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This kid ran really fast. He doesn't even care about his own brothers. The Patriarch said with a smile, This person is decisive. He's not a simple person. Clean up the battlefield. Don't worry, fellow Yi. Hold on to me. The Patriarch ordered the underworld gate cultivators to clean up the battlefield. After leaving the underworld gate, Qi Feng was extremely angry. He did not expect that this attack would directly cost his 2 brothers. Hateful, hateful. On the demonic ship, Qi Feng was furious. He constantly waved his sharp claws, causing the surrounding area to become a mess. Lord Qi Feng, this attack was a great defeat. How can we explain it to the upper realm? A powerhouse from the demon martial world asked. Get out of my way. Qi Feng was now in a rage. He did not care about this. He punched out and blasted the powerhouse hundreds of meters away, severely injuring him. This way, no one dared to step forward to speak. Yi Chen, you bastard, I must kill you with my own hands. Second brother, third brother. Qi Feng's mind kept recalling the scene of Qi Tiger and Qi Leopard's deaths, causing his mind to collapse. The true Spirit Hall. Sage Thundercloud, Lord Spirit Emperor, the latest news. Qi Feng, Chi Tiger, and Chi Leopard of the demon martial world led an army to invade the underworld gate and returned in defeat. The two itinerant immortals, Chi Tiger and Chi Leopard, were killed by Yi Qin. They suffered heavy losses. Oh, ha ha ha, the demon martial world went for wool and came home shorn. They suffered a double loss. Very good, very good. Sage Thundercloud revealed a proud smile. The demon martial world and the primordial immortal world were mortal enemies. Seeing the other side pay such a terrible price, Sage Thundercloud was naturally happy. However, at the same time, he also realized that the fact that Yi Chen could kill Chi Tiger and Chi Leopard, two itinerant immortal demonic cultivators, meant that Yi Chen's strength might have risen to a higher level. Continue to investigate. Yes, after receiving the order, the powerhouse left. Sage Thundercloud, do you think we should invade the underworld gate and take Yi Qin by surprise? Spirit Emperor asked. Humph, the demon martial world's invasion this time is too big. Yi Qin must have left a tight formation at the underworld gate. It's not good to attack. Then next, wait for the demon martial world's counterattack. The demon martial world will attack? Spirit Emperor revealed a puzzled expression. Trash, is there a need to say? The demon martial world is not an existence that can be taken advantage of. With such a great defeat this time, as long as the news reaches the demon martial world, it will definitely cause the demon clan in the demon martial world to be furious. They will definitely take over the underworld. This is an opportunity we can take advantage of. Sage Thundercloud is wise. Everyone bowed and saluted. Spirit Emperor, I want you to select the elites of the spirit realm and prepare for battle. Yes. Spirit Emperor received the order and quickly carried it out. The news of Chi Fang's defeat still reached the demon martial world. In the demon martial hall, many demon clan powerhouses stood in great numbers. Chi Fang's defeat is a disgrace to our demon martial world. Lord Crew, we can't just ignore it. A powerhouse from the demon martial world stepped forward and said, Humph, that trash Chi Fang is really useless. On the high seat, a tall and mighty powerhouse wore the black demon battle robe. His eyes were wide open in anger, and he looked extraordinary. It was the demon martial world's elite demon general crew. Chapter 2026. Prepare the magic boat immediately. I'm going to battle personally. Yes, Master Crew. A powerhouse bowed and gathered the army. Yi Qin had killed Scarlet Leopard and Scarlet Tiger and returned victorious. This instantly boosted the confidence of all the forces within 3,000 feet of Netherworld. Now, regardless of the size of the forces, they all submitted to the Netherworld sect, obeying the Patriarch's orders and worshipping Yi Qin. Great! The Lord Pluto killed 2 itinerant immortals alone. Unbelievable! 3,000 feet of Netherworld can finally hold its head high and defeat the powerful cultivators of the demon martial world. After this battle, the Lord Pluto's name will spread far and wide. No one will dare to invade our Netherworld battle mansion. Ha ha ha! The Lord Pluto is our only true God. From now on, we'll all worship the Lord Pluto. Countless powerhouses of the Netherworld battle mansion worshipped Yi Qin. The square was filled with people. Every powerhouse wanted to see the Lord Pluto's face. On the high platform, the Patriarch appeared. Everyone, this victory marks the complete rise of our Netherworld battle mansion. We'll join forces with the Underworld to fight against the demon martial world and the primordial immortal world. Do you feel fear? Faced with the Patriarch's question, the people of the major forces stepped forward. As long as the Lord Pluto is here, we pledge our loyalty to him without fear. Yes, the Lord Pluto is invincible in our hearts. We pledge our loyalty to him with our lives. Everyone responded in unison, to the Patriarch's satisfaction. Fellow Yi, you're the only true God in their hearts now. The news of the demon martial world's defeat will soon spread throughout the three realms. It's a good opportunity for us to recruit. Yes, I've thought about that too. I'll leave it to you, Patriarch. Thank you for your appreciation, fellow Yi. I think it's time for my junior brother in the mortal world to come up. You mean the blissful scholar? Yes, it's him. Hearing this, Yi Chen was speechless. He really did not know if the Patriarch wanted to recruit soldiers or concubines to the upper realm. After all, the apex of paradise was full of beauties. Once they went to the upper realm, they would be covered in the fragrance of rouge. It was hard to imagine what the Netherworld Battle Mansion would become. However, since the Patriarch was interested, Yi Chen did not stop him. What he was most worried about now was the underworld. Yi Chen was not afraid of the demonic martial world and the primordial immortal world. They were his enemies on the surface. However, Yi Chen felt a little worried about the underworld deity world. The underworld was a lower realm of the underworld god. Logically speaking, the people of the underworld god should have come to help. However, Yi Chen had subdued the demon's eye and disrespected the underworld god. Later on, he had killed the underworld god's envoy and put the underworld god on the spot. Therefore, once the underworld encountered great difficulties, it was hard to say what the underworld god would do. If Yi Chen did not deal with the underworld god realm, he would have to worry about the rear during the great battle. He might even be attacked from three sides. Although Yi Chen was confident, that was not the result he wanted to see. The Netherworld realm. Looks like I will have to personally make a trip there. After making the decision, Yi Chen bade farewell to the Patriarch and Wushuang. He asked them to guard the Netherworld Battle Mansion and ordered the underworld three heavens to provide support at any time. This way, even if the combatants of the primordial immortal world or the demonic martial world came, the Patriarch, Wushuang, the underworld three heavens, and the emperors would be able to hold them off for a while. Of course, before leaving, Yi Chen used the 8 Gates heavenly disc to set up a powerful concealment formation 3,000 feet above the Netherworld. Once they encountered an unpredictable danger, the formation could be activated to give them a way out. The bright moon hung in the cold, starry night. Fellow Yi, the underworld god realm is very strange. You must be careful when you go alone this time. Don't worry, Patriarch. I'll definitely bring back good news. Ha ha ha. Then I wish you a safe journey. When you return, you'll see that the Netherworld Battle Mansion is full of talents. It's the time for us to rise. All right. Yi Chen nodded slightly and left the Netherworld gate. He entered the underworld and came to the ancestral peak. You guys go back. Lord Pluto, the way to enter the underworld god realm is recorded in ancient books. We can't predict its authenticity. You must be careful this time. Indra said. It's all right. I have my own plans. Yes. The three heavens bowed at the same time and watched Yi Chen enter the ancestral peak's altar. After that, the three heavens returned to the underworld. Yi Chen entered the ancestral peak again and went straight to the demon's eye altar. Demon's eye awakens. Yi Chen did not hold back and directly activated the demon's eye. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the demon's eye continued to release nether power, the surrounding space rapidly changed and began to distort automatically. In this distorted space-time, Yi Chen's body also distorted and fell into an endless change. To ordinary people, this was an extremely dangerous situation. They might even die instantly. However, Yi Chen's guardian spirit was the space-time wrath, so it was naturally familiar with space-time laws. In this space-time formation that could kill itinerant immortals at any time, Yi Chen was walking on flat ground. Wrath, reveal yourself. Roar. With a roar, the space-time wrath appeared and Yi Chen flew above its head. Go. The order was given and the wrath ran wildly toward this space. In this distorted space-time, the wrath seemed to take a simple step, but in reality, it had already crossed a cliff and thousands of miles of waves. After running like this for 2 hours, a light finally appeared in front of them. Is that the exit? Yi Chen looked at the light and prepared to rush in. Rumble. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook and space-time shattered. The previous path disappeared instantly. The light in front of them was just an illusion. Ha ha ha. Following that, there was a burst of laughter and powerful nether power swept through the area. Yi Chen immediately realized that the essence of this energy was the nether power. Who are you? Ha ha ha. Yi Chen from the underworld. How dare you invade the underworld realm? How audacious and reckless. Oh, it seems like you're the guardian of the underworld realm. Very good. Yi Chen locked on to the giant in front of him. This person was 30 meters tall and held a halberd. His hair was unkempt and his face was dirty like a medicine fork. He was very fierce and extremely ugly. Dong, dong, dong. The medicine fork in front of him walked forward, revealing its sharp steel teeth and big eyes. It's been a long time since anyone entered the space-time rift, and I haven't eaten human flesh. This time, I can have a full meal, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes glowed coldly. What, you're not convinced? Unfortunately, in this place, you can only become my food. Kneel and apologize or die. Yi Chen's eyes were cold, and he said angrily. Hearing this, the medicine fork slightly revealed its teeth and the corner of its mouth curled up. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so rude to me? I'll let you die without a burial place. Then accept your fate. The person in front of him was deliberately making things difficult. If he wanted to move forward, he could only kill his way out. Chapter 2027. How dare you act so arrogantly in the land of the underworld deity? With a wave of the medicine fork halberd, endless underworld energy gathered into a whirlpool and attacked Yi Chen. Clang! Yi Chen stood in the air and waved his finger. A powerful sword chi shot out and struck the vortex right in front of it. Subsequently, the vortex was forced to change its direction and charged toward the void beside it. Boom! There was a shocking explosion, and the void trembled, but Yi Chen was not injured at all. What? Seeing his divine art being bounced away like a ball, Medicine Fork was shocked. He looked at the person in front of him again. He had clearly just entered the Mahayana realm, but he had such an unfathomable foundation. This puzzled Medicine Fork. Brat, it seems like you have some ability. Very well, I'll let you die a quick death. Ha ha ha, I'll return the same words to you. Yi Chen laughed out loud, enraging the medicinal fork. Damn it, the huge body of the medicine fork swung its halberd, causing the ground to shake and the mountains and rivers to shatter. Waves of underworld vortexes automatically appeared out of thin air and attacked Yi Chen at the same time. The energy of these whirlpools was extremely strong. They contained the immortal techniques of the underworld god realm. It could be seen that this medicine fork general was at least an itinerant immortal. The guardian of the netherworld god realm was definitely not an ordinary person. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed as he faced the countless violent whirlpools. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. The medicine fork general was confused when he saw the change in Yi Chen's expression. At that moment, Yi Chen extended a big hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A new space appeared above the hand. Then a huge poisonous python's head suddenly emerged from the space. Roar! The giant serpent opened its mouth. Then a strong suction force gathered in the giant serpent's mouth. The cyclones created by the medicinal forks were all swallowed by the sky serpent. Ah! Medicine Fork turned pale with fright. Just what kind of divine being was this person in front of him? He actually directly swallowed his divine art. Go! Just when the herb fork was shaking in fear, Yi Chen moved instantly. He held the Heavenly Emperor's sword in a reverse grip and arrived beneath the herb fork's feet. Just when the medicine fork's gigantic head was looking down, Yi Chen had already passed by. Chi! At the same time, accompanied by the sound of something slicing through the air, his body came to a halt. Blood dripped from the tip of his sword. "You!" Medicine Fork frowned as he felt a sharp pain in his feet. Then he lost the strength to stand. Clang! Medicine Fork knelt on one knee and realized that Yi Chun had severed its tendons. Just when Medicine Fork lifted his head, he saw Yi Chun standing in the air above him. "Medicine Fork, how do you feel now?" I've lost. Please spare my life." "Mercy? Ha ha ha. You weren't like this before. Isn't it too late now? Exalted Immortal, as long as you spare my life, I am willing to bring you to the Netherworld realm." Oh, initially, Yi Chun was prepared to kill him. However, if the other party could prevent him from taking detours, he would not mind giving him a chance to make a contribution. Yi Chun nodded lightly and said, "All right, I'll give you a chance. If you dare to play tricks, I'll make you die a horrible death." I don't dare. Medicine Fork was scared out of its wits. It could only kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Yi Chun pointed his sword finger between Medicine Fork's brows. Immediately, a sword chi rushed into it. "Medicine Fork, this sword chi can lock onto your lifeline at any time. If you betray me, it'll be equivalent to sentencing you to death. When you bring me to the Netherworld realm, I'll release you." Yes. Medicine Fork did not dare to say anything else. After all, its life was in Yi Chun's hands. Thud! Yi Chun flew to the top of Medicine Fork's head. Medicine Fork slowly stood up and moved forward. Riding on Medicine Fork, Yi Chun soon found the entrance to the Netherworld realm. It was on a peak with a hidden void. Exalted Immortal, the void above is the entrance to the Netherworld realm. Medicine Fork pointed in a direction. Yi Chun looked over and found a faint energy circling there. Through the demon's eye, he could easily see it. Yi Chun nodded slightly and flew out. He sent a divine consciousness sword chi toward that place. The sword chi spiraled into the void. Subsequently, there was a rumble in the void, and the sword chi disappeared. Yi Chun turned to look at Medicine Fork coldly. "Exalted Immortal, this has nothing to do with me. I'm guarding the outer zone, while this is the inner zone. There must be a formation protecting it. I'll leave this sword chi to you for now. Don't worry, without my command, you won't die. Don't do anything to betray me. Remember, Exalted Immortal, cut the crap!" Yi Chun flew out and soared into the clouds. Below, Medicine Fork could only shake its head, helplessly. Then it walked toward the place it was guarding. Above the clouds, Yi Chun felt powerful nether power. This power was similar to what he had obtained from the demon's eye. He opened the demon's eye again. In the clouds before him, a complicated formation appeared in his eyes. There really is a complicated formation. Unfortunately, it's useless before the demon's eye. Yi Chun saw through all the formation's structure with a glance. Subsequently, he flew into the formation directly. Thud, thud, thud. His footsteps moved like stars falling. After a few steps, his figure was more elegant than the 10,000 formations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a shift in space, Yi Chun had already passed through the inner zone's formation. Ha ha ha! Upon entering the inner zone, there was a burst of pleasant laughter. It was a woman's voice. Yi Chun was curious. He hid and looked toward the source of the voice. He realized that he had appeared on a mountain peak that towered into the clouds. There were green pines and cypresses everywhere, and it was chilly. Ha ha ha! At this moment, a young girl in white was running toward the peak. Her body was as light as a swallow, and her footsteps were extremely light. As she moved, she seemed to transform. One could see that her movement technique was extremely powerful. Subsequently, Yi Chun looked down and was surprised to find that dozens of women flew up at the same time. They seemed to be chasing after the woman in white. These people are, Yi Chen thought to himself. Suddenly, he saw that these women were wearing a special badge on their chests. There were characters carved on it. These characters were the characters of the underworld realm. Clear Miao sect. Just as Yi Chen was observing, there was a sudden shout from above. Ah! He looked up suddenly and realized that the woman who had rushed up the peak earlier had fallen. This! Yi Chen reacted instinctively. He flew up and hugged the woman's waist directly, stopping her from falling. Who is it? The woman glared at Yi Chen furiously. A sharp blade appeared in her hand directly. She swung it at Yi Chen's throat. Chapter 2028. Yi Chen did not expect the woman to be so vicious. She wanted to kill him right away. Clang! Lifting his index and middle fingers, Yi Chen blocked his opponent's fatal assassination directly. D*****. However, the woman did not stop. She waved her blade again. How shrewish! Yi Chen scolded angrily. Subsequently, the energy in his body shook and the blade in the woman's hand was sent flying. Subsequently, both of them fell from the mountain peak. Saint! Subsequently, the women from before looked at Yi Chen one after another and screamed loudly. Saint! Yi Chen pondered. It seemed like this woman's identity was not ordinary. Otherwise, she would not have developed such a crazy personality. Let go of me. Ha! I'm not stopping you from leaving. Don't tell me you don't want to leave. Be *****. The woman shouted and flipped out of Yi Chen's embrace. Her face was slightly red as she glared at Yi Chen fiercely as if there was an irreconcilable grudge between them. Saint, are you all right? The women behind went forward to ask, appearing very nervous. Do I look like I'm not all right? If there's anything, it's him who's not all right. The woman pointed at Yi Chen and shouted. I saved you, but you want to assassinate me. Now you're blaming me. It's my first time seeing such an unreasonable woman. You. The woman stomped her feet in anger. The women behind her ran to the front and glared at Yi Chen coldly. You brat, do you know who this is? This is the Qingmiao sect saint, Master Qingqing. How dare you treat her like this? Do you have a death wish? This brat looks stupid. One look and I can tell that he's inexperienced. How would he know the nobility of our saint? D*****, brat, apologize now. The women held sharp swords and pointed them at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was speechless when he saw this. He was just passing by. It was fine that he did a good deed without asking for anything in return, but he did not expect to get himself killed. These people were too rude. What are you talking about? Kill him, Qingqing ordered. She wanted to kill Yi Chen directly. Yi Chen had been very tolerant, but they still wanted to kill him. They had crossed his bottom line. I advise you not to look for trouble. Is the saint very noble? Ha ha ha. I'll bring you to see your sect master. Kill. Dozens of female cultivators attacked at the same time. Yi Chen glanced at them. These women's cultivation base was not low. Most of them were at full fusion stage, and there were even Mahayana stage experts. This somewhat surprised Yi Chen. So. For a moment, sword chi flew horizontally and vertically, and the sounds of killing rang out incessantly. Yi Chen smirked lightly. With the Yu steps under his feet and the night demon armor on his body, he allowed the sword chi to pass through him. None of it touched his body. After a few rounds, the female cultivators sensed Yi Chen's profound ability and revealed cold expressions. This kid's strength is extraordinary. Sword formation. Rise. Dozens of female cultivators cloned themselves and pointed their swords at the sky. Subsequently, a gigantic seal condensed in the sky and locked onto Yi Chen. Qingqing smirked when she saw Yi Chen trapped in the sword array. Kid, tell me your name. I don't want to kill a nameless ghost. You're really confident. Yi Chen looked at Qingqing coldly. A powerful aura charged at her, causing her heart to tremble. She felt a chill run down her spine. Impossible. Being intimidated by Yi Qin, Qing felt extremely humiliated and enraged. Kill him. Yes, Saint. The female cultivators who were surrounding Yi Qin no longer held back. The sword array was activated and its power doubled. Yi Qin was fearless at the core of the sword array. He was observant and alert. In his mind, he had already seen through the structure of the sword array. So. The sword chi was lethal, leaving no room for maneuver. However, when the sword chi was about to hit Yi Qin, he dodged it easily with the ninth heaven use steps. It was extremely accurate. Boom, boom, boom. In just a short while, the ground beneath Yi Qin's feet had cracked open into a huge valley. It was clear that the sword chi was extremely powerful. None of the sword chi managed to hit Yi Qin. They could not even get close to his body. It's impossible. Some of the female powerhouses could not understand. Yi Qin was clearly a person who had just entered the Mahayana stage. Their sword array could even deal with ordinary itinerant immortals. How could it be so difficult to deal with a Mahayana stage cultivator? Qing could tell that Yi Qin was well stocked. Recalling how Yi Qin had carried her to the ground, she was extremely embarrassed. Attack him together. If you can't kill him, all of you will die. Yes. Since Qing had already given the order to kill, none of the female cultivators dared to not give it their all. They gave it their all to fight Yi Qin. Initially, he wanted to play with these women. However, they did not know what was good for them and were overbearing. Yi Qin had lost his patience. If you don't move, I'll kill you. Kill you? Let him kill you then. The sword array was activated again. Qing stood on the eye of the array. The blade in her hand absorbed the power of the sword array and went straight for Yi Qin. Clang! The Heavenly Emperor's sword appeared in Yi Qin's hand and blocked his throat. He shook suddenly and rebounded Qing's blade. Ah! With a scream, Qing was thrown hundreds of meters away. Impossible, impossible! She kept shouting. She was the saint with outstanding talent. Her cultivation base had already entered the itinerant immortal stage. How could she be repelled by a Mahayana brat from the lower realm? The female cultivators were shocked too. After all, to them, the saint had absorbed the power of the sword array and launched a fatal attack. She would not miss. Slash! Yi Qin attacked furiously. The immortal slaying flying saber flashed with a bloody gleam. After a round and round, several female cultivators were beheaded. Seeing Yi Qin kill several of them in one move, the remaining female cultivators revealed terrified expressions. How dare you kill my servant? Qing questioned Yi Qin angrily. It's the same if I kill you. With a scoff, the immortal slaying flying saber in Yi Qin's hand flew out and locked onto Qing. Damn it! Qing swung her saber, but the immortal slaying flying saber's attack trajectory was extremely strange. It moved forward and dodged Qing's counterattack. Ha, young lady, why don't you let me help you calm down? Suddenly, the immortal slaying flying saber spoke human language, shocking Qing. It's actually an artifact spirit. Who exactly are you? A person who could possess such a treasure was definitely not an ordinary person. This piqued Qing's interest. My master's identity is noble, far above yours. Let me play with you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The immortal slaying flying saber was interested and kept flying around Qing. Subsequently, with a flash of saber gleam, 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 3, and 3 turned into 3. Countless shadows of the immortal slaying flying saber appeared, annoying Qing. Chapter 2029. Ha. You're pretty and have a nice figure, but why are you so shrewish? Looks like I need to teach you a lesson on behalf of my master. Be *starred. Qing flew into a rage out of humiliation as she watched the countless flying daggers spinning around her. Yi Chen smirked lightly as he watched the scene before him. That's all you've got? Even my flying daggers are mocking you. Holy lady, forget it. Qing was completely enraged by Yi Chen's words. I'll kill you with my own hands. How arrogant. What if you can't do it? Humph. If you can't do it, I'll be your slave and work like a horse. It's a deal. What's the deal? You're about to die by my blade, trash. Qing's gaze suddenly changed. A golden net appeared in her hand, and she tossed it gently. Immediately, the golden net released golden light continuously. Following that, all the phantoms of the immortal slaying flying dagger entered the net and were swept away. Not bad. The immortal slaying flying dagger sensed that the situation was bad and flew back to Yi Chen's side quickly. Did you see that? This is a true, supreme spirit treasure. Only a true immortal can refine it. Brat, I'll open your eyes this time and let you die in peace. Oh, interesting. Yi Chen glanced at the golden net coldly. It was indeed a supreme spirit treasure. Only a true immortal could refine it. It was obvious that this holy lady had a true immortal master behind her. No wonder she was so arrogant. Most true immortals were otherworldly experts. They were not keen on fighting for power. Instead, they integrated themselves into nature or even the universe, allowing their bodies to constantly exchange pure energy with nature to obtain the purest immortal power. This immortal power was far above ordinary itinerant immortals. Although itinerant immortals also had immortal power, it was worlds apart from true immortals. Unless they were extraordinary itinerant immortals or peak-level itinerant immortals, only they could fight true immortals. This golden net had such power through Qing's use. It was definitely not an ordinary item. However, to Yi Chen, it was still a trash. If you want to be my slave, I'll grant you your wish. Be *starred, you deserve to die. The other female cultivators revealed furious expressions when they heard that. It was as if Yi Chen had violated the holy lady's dignity, so they had to protect him. And at this moment, Qing gave those people a meaningful glance. Those female cultivators could only retreat. They knew that the holy maiden was about to make a move. This time, it would definitely be a big matter. Return. Qing waved her hand, and the golden net returned to her palm. Tell me your name. Don't be a nameless ghost. Heavenly Emperor Yi Chen. Sky Emperor? He. Just now you said I'm boastful. Now I wonder who's bragging. But it doesn't matter, it's all the same. What's the point of calling yourself something? Kill. Qing's cold eyes were filled with killing intent. She threw the golden net in her hand at Yi Chen again. Femme fatale, venomous heart. Today, this emperor will teach you how to be a person. His eyes were cold as he locked onto the golden net. The golden net transformed endlessly and kept flickering in the void. Even an itinerant immortal expert would find it extremely difficult to completely grasp its position. To Yi Chen, these tricks were just asking to be humiliated. Eye of the Demon. When Yi Chen activated the demon's eye, all the routes of the golden net were reflected in his eyes as if they were being replayed in slow motion. Golden net, strangle. She was ruthless indeed. Qing used a fatal strangle technique right from the start. Kill. Meanwhile, the other female cultivators were also shouting to kill. It was obvious that none of the people from the Clear Meow sect were easy to deal with. Ha, Dai Yi Chen. Qing laughed loudly. This golden net used a special ability. Even ordinary itinerant immortals would be killed, let alone Yi Chen, who was only a Mahayana cultivator from the lower realm. When the other female cultivators saw this scene, they smiled and began to celebrate the saint. They surrounded the saint, worshipping and singing her praises. However, at this moment, Yi Chen made his move. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. Yi Chen's hand firmly grabbed a corner of the golden net. Following that, his hand moved back and forth. Not only did the golden net not kill Yi Qin, but it was also taken away by Yi Qin. It kept spinning in his palm. Huh! This scene was too shocking. Qing was dumbfounded. Impossible, impossible. My golden net is a supreme spirit artifact. Even itinerant immortals don't dare to grab it directly. How did you do it? Such a simple ability. How disappointing. Kneel before me now and be my servant. You're courting death. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Qing's eyes emitted killing intent. A sharp sword appeared in her hand. The sharp sword was embedded with 7 stars. When it was unsheathed, it drew the light of the 7 stars and charged at Yi Qin. Oh! Yi Qin looked at it coldly. This sword was also a supreme spirit artifact. Its quality was even higher than the golden net. Go! Yi Qin tossed it forward. The golden net that he had subdued earlier spun and rushed out. It happened to entangle the 7-star sword. Damn it, damn it. Ha ha ha. You still won't admit defeat. Go to hell, go to hell. Qing flew up and chanted a secret incantation. The 7-star sword kept releasing the light of the stars. Following that, it shattered the golden net and returned to Qing's hand. 7-star sword, 7-star chaotic killer ray. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blade of the sword constantly emitted scorching starlight. It was like the chains of hell. The flowing light took shape and entangled Yi Qin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, the entangling sword light instantly turned into flames, incessantly burning the surrounding space. Heaven and earth were on fire. 1,000 feet high shot into the sky. Yi Chen had completely fallen into a fiery hell. Qing revealed a proud expression. This way, Yi Chen would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Ah! Yi Chen shouted angrily. He had lost his patience. His entire body erupted with super-strong ancient god power. The flames that surrounded his body earlier exploded in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Following the explosion of flames, Yi Chen took advantage of the momentum and soared into the sky. Darkness pool. The darkness pool appeared behind him again. Following that, the sky serpent venomous python rushed out of the darkness pool. Roar! The sky serpent roared and instantly entangled Qing's body, bringing her in front of Yi Chen. Let go of me, let go of me. Struggling is useless. You've completely lost me now. Yi Chen said with a cold smile. The female cultivators below were stunned. This time, they had come out to protect the saint. If the saint really became someone else's slave, then they would die without a doubt. Let go of the saint or you'll be killed without mercy. Killed without mercy? Ha ha ha. Yi Chen's laughter shook the 9 heavens. Although there were Mahayana stage female cultivators among them, they could not escape the deterrence of the heavenly emperor. They immediately knelt on the ground. My leg. I can't move. Ah. Chapter 2030. Ha ha ha, little girl. Aren't you going to submit to master? The sky serpent stuck out its tongue and said to the saint, You can talk. The saintess asked Sky Snake in surprise. Of course. As it spoke, the sky serpent transformed into the form of the snake queen. Her coquettish appearance made Qing feel disgusted. Haha, you're very pure. Unfortunately, you're a little shrewish. Otherwise, you might be favored by master. Snake Queen, don't talk nonsense. Go back. Yes. The Snake Queen returned to her form. At this moment, the saint was hanging in the air. Let go of the saint. This is the last warning. At this moment, several female cultivators below warned Yi Chen again. What a bunch of reckless fools. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold, and dark lightning shot out. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. The lightning swam around, and the ground cracked instantly. The surrounding space exploded rapidly. Those female cultivators were caught off guard. Their bodies were instantly suspended in the air, entangled by the lightning. They were forced to make various poses. It was incomparably embarrassing. Following that, countless coquettish voices rang out. Those goddesses fell to the ground with their limbs spread out. They no longer had any temper. Ha ha ha, master is mighty. Look after these girls. If the patriarch was here, immortal slaying flying dagger, it seems like I should give you to the patriarch of hell. Master, I won't dare to do it again. With that, the immortal slaying flying dagger returned to Yi Chen. Let's go. A lotus bloomed under Yi Chen's feet as he walked in the air. The sky serpent was like a giant beast that entangled the saint. Where are you taking me? The Clear Meow sect, of course. You dare to go to the Clear Meow sect? Aren't you afraid of death? Ha ha ha, what's there to be afraid of? It's my first time in the underworld god realm, so I must find a place to stay. Now that you've become my slave, of course I'll go to the Clear Meow sect to stay. You. The saint was furious, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she had lost to Yi Chen. According to the agreement, she would really become Yi Chen's slave. Don't tell me you really want to be a shameless person who doesn't keep his word? How dare you? This saintess never goes back on her words. That's good. Yi Chen smiled faintly. He recalled the sky serpent and let the saint stay by his side. Kill. As soon as he let go, the saintess was about to kill him. The 7-star sword slashed toward Yi Chen. How dare you kill your master? Yi Chen pinched the blade with his fingers and said coldly, I don't dare. Initially, the saintess had thought that she would kill Yi Chen and commit suicide to end all her troubles. However, now that her attack had missed, she could only fulfill her promise. Tell me, who are you? I am master's slave. Ha ha ha. Very good. This is the attitude you should have. With that, Yi Chen asked the saint to lead the way and walked toward the Clear Meow sect. Green mountains and clear waters, surrounded by immortal energy. Yi Chen did not expect that there would be such an alluring paradise in the underworld god realm. Landing beside a pond, he saw many cultivators walking around and discussing. Seeing the arrival of the saintess, they all craned their necks to look over. Look, it's the saintess. Yes, it's the saintess. But who is the person beside her? Needless to say, it must be her slave. That can't be right. The slaves that follow the saintess are all female cultivators. This person is a man, and his cultivation base has just entered the Mahayana stage. He doesn't have the right to follow the saintess alone. Everyone discussed, thinking that Yi Chen's appearance was very strange. At this moment, Yi Chen brought the saintess to the crowd. Greetings, saintess. The saintess doesn't have time to summon you. Leave. Yi Chen shouted at those people. Hearing this, those cultivators' eyes turned cold. Although they were not the top geniuses, they were still respected figures in the Clear Meow sect. Any one of them was at the peak of the Mahayana stage, or even an itinerant immortal. A kid who had just entered the Mahayana stage had asked them to leave and even acted so rudely in front of the saintess. If they did not teach him a lesson, would they still be considered cultivators of the Clear Meow sect? How dare a slave act so arrogantly in front of a master? Kneel and kowtow 100 times. For the sake of the saintess, I'll spare your life. At this moment, a young cultivator in a brocade robe walked out. This person was the leader of this group of cultivators. He was an itinerant immortal and was very arrogant. Spare my life? Yi Chen smirked slightly. Subsequently, he looked at the saintess next to him as if hinting at her to do something. Yaoqing, get out of my way. Everyone was stunned and stared at the saintess with wide eyes. She had never been so angry for a man before. She actually reprimanded the itinerant immortal Yaoqing for a slave in front of so many people? Saintess, what's wrong with you? He's just a slave. There's no need to. Get out of my way. How is he a slave? He's my master. Ha! This time, everyone's expressions exploded. The Saintess, one of the most respected people in the Clear Meow sect, actually said that the man in front of them was her master. He Yaoqing's tongue was about to explode. He was completely dumbfounded. Saintess, stop fooling around. Let us kill this person. You're the Saintess of the Clear Meow sect. You can't bear such humiliation, no matter what. Yes, kill this person. Hearing the Saintess' words, everyone was completely enraged. How could the most respected woman become someone's slave? Ha! A bunch of rabble. Since the holy maiden thinks of herself as the master, then I'm the master of all of you. Kneel on the ground, kowtow, and admit your mistakes are what you should do. Barking like a dog here is annoying. Yi Chen looked at He Yaoqing coldly and responded domineeringly. You're just a mere Mahayana trash. How dare you criticize an itinerant immortal? How dare you? He Yaoqing was completely enraged. He released his aura and immortal power filled the surroundings, shaking the entire space. The people around him were shocked and retreated one after another. This guy is dead after angering senior brother, He Yaoqing. Ha ha ha, I don't know what trick the Saintess is playing, but let's see how this guy dies. I'm guessing he'll bleed to death from his 7 orifices. Senior brother He Yaoqing's ultimate skill. That's right. Die. Everyone cheered. They thought that Yi Chen would definitely die. After all, how could an unknown Mahayana cultivator fight a powerful itinerant immortal? All of you stand down. At this moment, the Saintess shouted again, but was stopped by Yi Chen. Stand aside. Yi Chen looked at the Saintess coldly. The latter could only retreat to the side. Such a scene shocked everyone again. The goddess in their hearts, the most respected Saintess, was like a slave before Yi Chen. How could they tolerate such a thing? They must kill him. Damn bastard, I don't know how you bewitched the Saintess, but you're dead. Chapter 2031. He Yaoqing sneered at Yi Chen. To him, no matter how talented Yi Chen was, he was just a kid who had just entered the Mahayana stage. He was no match for He Yaoqing. As for his relationship with the Saintess, He Yaoqing hated it even more. This time, He Yaoqing wanted to kill Yi Chen so that the Saintess would look at him differently. Today, I'll show you how I'll teach this bastard who disrespects the Saintess a lesson. Before the battle, He Yaoqing looked at the crowd and began to make his stance. Senior brother, He Yaoqing is mighty. Kill this kid. This kid insulted the Saintess. He's despicable. This is unacceptable to any cultivator of our Clear Meow sect. We must kill him. Yes, let's cheer for He Yaoqing. The group of cultivators cheered for He Yaoqing, waiting to see Yi Chen's performance. Yi Chen's expression did not change at all when he saw the arrogant He Yaoqing. He stood there coldly. At this moment, the Saintess was anxious, but it was useless. This battle was no longer within her control. She was now Yi Chen's personal servant. This was a fact that could not be changed. Therefore, she was naturally on Yi Chen's side. He Yaoqing was an elite disciple of the sect. His cultivation base was at the itinerant immortal stage, while Yi Chen had just entered the Mahayana stage. No matter how she looked at it, he was at a disadvantage. Yi Chen, I think you should surrender, the Saintess said. What did you call me? You, Master. That's more like it. Yi Chen once again refreshed everyone's worldview. The Saintess was humiliated again. This made He Yaoqing's eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. He could no longer stand what he was seeing. The Saintess, who was supreme in his heart, was bowing to the person before him. What was this? The Saintess had defended the person before her many times, and even called him master. This made the powerhouses of the Clear Meow sect even more confused. They could only wait for He Yaoqing to punish the person before them and regain the face of the Clear Meow sect. Kill him, someone shouted. He Yaoqing smiled coldly and made a gesture of invitation. He pointed to a place in the distance. It was the martial arts training ground. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Everyone went to the training ground. Walking into the training grounds, Yao Qing suddenly released his immortal energy. The training grounds rumbled loudly. The surrounding space rapidly changed, and an invisible barrier appeared. Yi Chen looked around and realized that he and Yao Qing had been isolated inside the barrier while the others were outside. "I'm afraid you can't see the barrier. Let me warn you, if you're sent flying and hit the barrier, you'll suffer." With that, Yao Qing struck a palm into the void. Boom! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. When the palm force landed on the barrier, it immediately turned into nothingness. Countless lightning bolts flowed and exploded with a powerful force. This was what he wanted Yi Chen to understand. As long as he was sent flying above the barrier, his life would be in danger. How could I not see these barriers? However, you are cutting off your own path of retreat by doing this. Ha ha ha. Yao Qing laughed maniacally when he heard Yi Chen's words. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen someone like Yi Chen who was so arrogant despite his low cultivation base. Such a person should have died in the chaotic battle long ago. How could he appear before Yao Qing and even control the Saintess? Yao Qing couldn't think of anything else. What he wanted was very simple, to kill this person. "Please, I'll keep you company." The two of them flew to the martial arts training ground. The surrounding space was rapidly compressed. Yao Qing had clearly activated some kind of formation in the martial arts training ground. This kind of formation was specially made for a death match. Good, good, good. Seeing Yao Qing's actions, the Clear Mist sect combatants cheered. After all, this kind of death match was the most exciting. Now, whether Yi Chen wanted to forfeit or escape, it was impossible. The martial arts training ground deathmatch formation has been activated. This brat is dead meat. That's right. This is the first time I've seen such an idiot enter the Clear Mist sect. He doesn't know the rules at all. D****. Everyone was looking forward to Yi Chen being killed by Yao Qing. The situation was one-sided. Only the Saintess was still worried about Yi Chen. Although he was a little shrewish, he was a man of his word. Since she had become Yi Chen's slave, she had to think about her master. Scram! The Saintess shouted at the crowd in front. Yes, the crowd made way, allowing the Saintess to go to the best spot to watch the battle. At this moment, Yao Qing was sitting and stretching. He seemed very relaxed. Cherish the time you have now. Soon it will leave you. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, I'm going to cut you inch by inch. I'll make you die in agony. Oh, very good, that's a good idea. I promise you, I'll kill you with 1,000 cuts. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed coldly. The words and actions of the person before him made him feel the deepest disgust. He wanted this guy to disappear completely. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the martial arts training ground, Yao Qing's figure suddenly moved. He was so fast that many combatants could not even see his path. When they opened their eyes, they saw that Yao Qing had already appeared next to Yi Chen. The sharp sword in his hand was unsheathed, and he was going to kill. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen is dead meat. Everyone thought that Yi Chen could not dodge this sword. This was Yao Qing's unique ultimate technique. Once he attacked, he would definitely die. Clang! Just when the sword was about to pierce Yi Chen's throat, the crowd heard a sound similar to the end of a collision. Subsequently, they saw that Yao Qing's sword was stopped by Yi Chen's index and middle fingers. Then, with a slight force, Yao Qing's sword was deflected. What? The crowd was a little shocked. Yao Qing's attack was very terrifying. Even a peak Mahayana cultivator would die on the spot when faced with such a fast, ruthless, and powerful attack. However, Yi Chen had caught it with his bare hands. It was too exaggerated. Everyone's eyes flickered rapidly. They wanted to know how Yi Chen had determined the path of Yao Qing's sword. Did he really rely on his reflexes? D***mn it. He Yaoqing became ferocious when his killing sword was blocked. He wanted to regain his dignity as soon as possible, completely kill the person before him, and take back the saint's heart. Green blade moves river snow. Suddenly, He Yaoqing activated the hidden power in the divine weapon. It was the rune power hidden in his divine weapon. He Yaoqing was relying on his immortal power to trigger the explosion of this power. He Yaoqing flew up to the sky and pointed the divine sword at Yi Qin. Rune sword qi surrounded He Yaoqing, and countless rays of light bloomed from the rune. It seemed like He Yaoqing's divine weapon had undergone a qualitative change and was going to judge Yi Qin. "I'll show you a real divine weapon." Yi Qin stretched out his hand as he spoke. Subsequently, there was a whirl of light, and the Heavenly Emperor's sword appeared before everyone. Chapter 2032. As the surrounding environment was completely sealed, He Yaoqing revealed a sinister smile. He finally did not have to hide his intention to kill Yi Qin. "Yi Qin, I'll crush you completely this time." "You talk too much nonsense, you piece of trash." Yi Qin scolded He Yaoqing angrily. Everyone shook their heads, thinking that Yi Qin was at an extreme disadvantage. Yet he still provoked the other party. What was this if not courting death? "Kill!" He Yaoqing could not take it anymore. The sharp blade in his hand went straight for Yi Qin. Clang! A divine weapon also appeared in Yi Qin's hand, the immortal slaying flying dagger. He was only using the clone of the immortal slaying flying dagger, but it was more than enough to deal with a piece of trash like He Yaoqing. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the blades of both sides collided rapidly. From the martial arts practice field to the void, sparks flew everywhere, and murderous cries rang out. Boom, boom, boom. The entire space began to shake. Not only would the collision of divine weapons produce sparks, but it would also produce extremely strong shockwaves. Ordinary cultivators could not withstand this shockwave alone. Fortunately, the martial arts practice field's deathmatch formation isolated them, so they were not afraid of these spatial shockwaves. He actually blocked so many of senior brother He Yaoqing's attacks. This kid is something. Looks like I've underestimated him, but it doesn't matter. He'll still die. Seeing Yi Qin resist He Yaoqing's sword attacks many times in the void, many powerhouses had a change of opinion about Yi Qin. They thought that his strength might be above ordinary Mahayana cultivators, but no one thought that he could defeat the itinerant immortal elite disciple He Yaoqing. Ha ha ha, you're still trying to hold on. Yi Qin, the more you hold on, the more painful it will be for you. Hold on. Soon, you'll feel what it means to hold on. Be ** die. After being mocked by Yi Qin many times, He Yaoqing's spirit was already tense. His sword spun, filled with killing intent. However, no matter how extreme his divinity was, it was resolved by Yi Qin one by one. In fact, it was easily resolved. He was the one who had fought Yi Qin the closest. He could best understand that Yi Qin's strength was far beyond what everyone thought. That's impossible. This brat can actually block my sure kill technique so many times. What's wrong with that? As the battle progressed, He Yaoqing's aggressive and domineering attitude became passive, and he began to restrain himself. This was because all his attacks were blocked by Yi Qin and he had exhausted all his tricks. Now, he hoped that Yi Qin would take the initiative to attack him. This way, as long as he defended himself, he could still regain some face. He Yaoqing, who can you hurt with this kind of attack? I really didn't expect your attack to be so simple and weak. You. Yi Qin taunted He Yaoqing once again. He Yaoqing's attacks, using divine weapons, had already annoyed Yi Qin. This time, Yi Qin wanted to completely end the person before him. 9 heavens rushing, thunder hand. He strode forward and gathered the power of lightning in his hands. Wind and lightning surged. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lightning flashed, Thunder roared and the wind raged. The palm prints were like raindrops, constantly attacking He Yaoqing. What? He Yaoqing was still thinking about how to suppress Yi Qin earlier. Now that he had encountered such a violent counterattack, how could he have expected it? He was shocked on the spot. Wave barrier. Facing such a powerful attack, He Yaoqing had no choice but to release the clear mist sect's most powerful defensive ability. He Yaoqing channeled immortal power in his palms, and layers of water screens appeared in the surrounding space. These water screens kept gathering in front of him and then formed a wave barrier. Boom, boom, boom. However, when Yi Chen's palm prints bombarded the barrier, they were all dissipated by the water vapor. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen. So what if you're plotting against me? It's useless. Is it really useless? What? Just when He Yaoqing thought that he had managed to block the palm print with the power of the great wave barrier, the power of the rushing thunder that had fused with the palm print instantly erupted. He Yaoqing's entire body was wrapped in lightning, his body constantly trembling. He could not help but scream. His body kept trembling. Clearly, he had been hit by the divine thunder of heavenly tribulation hidden in Yi Chen's palm print. Be *starred. He Yaoqing forcefully channeled his immortal power into 36 acupoints to protect himself. He looked at Yi Chen with burning, killing intent in his eyes. What's the meaning of this? Senior brother He Yaoqing is being suppressed by Yi Chen. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had thought that He Yaoqing could easily kill Yi Chen and were waiting to watch a good show. Now, the result was that Yi Chen had countered He Yaoqing. As the saying went, one move was as fierce as a tiger, but the result was a bloodbath. How does it feel to be surrounded by divine thunder, He Yaoqing? In the sky, Yi Chen asked with a sneer. Be *starred. Looking at Yi Chen, who was high up in the sky, He Yaoqing's body was covered with marks of being attacked by lightning. His face was covered in dirt, and he looked very pathetic. Kill. He Yaoqing raised his sharp blade. At this moment, he had turned into a demon. He must successfully kill Yi Chen with this attack. He could not afford to lose. Clear mist sword technique. Rainbow, rainbow. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Around He Yaoqing, countless rainbow-colored runes appeared. These runes fused with sword qi, which was the essence of his sword technique. Once such a sword technique appeared, it meant that He Yaoqing's killing intent had been aroused. This was his strongest sword technique. Seeing these rainbows, Yi Chen knew that this was all a smokescreen. The real sword technique was definitely not within these rainbows. Instead, it was hidden in a place that He Yaoqing thought was safe and wanted to catch him off guard. Where is it? Yi Chen secretly opened the demon's eye, and everything around him fell into his control. So you're hiding in the clouds. You want to ambush me? Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Facing He Yaoqing, who had gathered a killing technique, Yi Chen stood alone in the void like a god of war descending to the world, receiving the worship of everyone. Everyone was also shocked by Yi Chen's aura. After all, he could still be so calm when facing itinerant immortal He Yaoqing. Who would believe that he was just a Mahayana? Therefore, such a contrast made everyone worship him psychologically. Although this worship would not be shouted out directly, it had already been engraved in their hearts. Gradually, everyone's evaluation of Yi Chen changed. Sensing the change in everyone's opinion of Yi Chen, the saint spoke directly. I think He Yaoqing will lose for sure. He's no match for Yi Chen at all. The saint's cold words surprised everyone. They did not expect that in such a battle to the death, the saint would stand on Yi Chen's side. Saint, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. He Yaoqing actually heard the saint's words. At this moment, the sharp blade in his hand had already turned blood red. At this moment, the sky was filled with blood-red light. It was He Yaoqing's ultimate forbidden technique, Crimson Tide. Chapter 2033. No way. This kid forced senior brother He Yaoqing to use such an extreme ability. Ha! It's worth it to die under senior brother He Yaoqing's ability. After all, this means that this kid has some ability. He's more than just a little ability. Have you seen He Yaoqing use such an ability against a Mahayana stage cultivator? He wouldn't even use it against an ordinary itinerant immortal. Gradually everyone realized what was wrong. It was because He Yaoqing used such an extreme ability against a Mahayana stage cultivator. Even if he won, it would not be honorable. Everyone felt a little disappointed. They had thought that He Yaoqing would be able to kill Yi Chen, but Yi Chen was too arrogant, ordering the saintess around. Such behavior was an extreme insult to the entire Clear Mist sect. Anyone who could kill him would be considered a hero. Kill him! Everyone shouted again, hoping that He Yaoqing could end the battle quickly. He Yaoqing smirked slightly. Since he used such an ability, he would not have any scruples. What he wanted to do was simple. Kill the person in front of him. Ah! He shouted coldly. Waves of blood-colored water vapor condensed and turned into a bloody rain. Then it evolved into a powerful red tide that spread throughout the entire space. Yi Chen's eyes were slightly cold as he faced this blood-red tide. Although he did not care about such an ability, this was the opponent's home ground after all. The surrounding earth energy was very disadvantageous to Yi Chen. Moreover, the person before him was indeed a top existence among the itinerant immortals. Darkness pool! Yi Chen's eyes emitted a dark glow. Dark nether energy surrounded his body, and his body began to change. This was the embodiment of the nether deity power. This is the nether deity power. Soon, some combatants recognized the power Yi Chen was using. Many people trembled. It was their first time seeing the nether deity power. How is this possible? This is the highest level of power in the nether deity realm. Everyone retreated, not daring to face it head-on. Even the saint was surprised. She did not expect Yi Chen to have such power. This meant that Yi Chen's identity might be extraordinary. However, they did not know that Yi Chen was using the power of the darkness pool. If he used the demon's eye, it would be an even more shocking scene. No matter what you are, die. He Yaoqing was even more furious when he sensed that the people around him were in awe of Yi Chen. He was an elite itinerant immortal. He must completely erase the influence that Yi Chen had caused. Boom! The blood-red tide charged toward Yi Chen like a ferocious beast. Darkness devour! Faced with such a powerful force, Yi Chen activated the devouring maelstrom. A black hole appeared in front of him. Then a powerful suction force caused everything in the surroundings to spiral towards the center of the black hole. Ah! Even He Yaoqing's body began to spin uncontrollably towards the black hole. Impossible! He Yaoqing had never thought that as an elite itinerant immortal, he would lose to Yi Chen in terms of foundation. It was unacceptable and incomprehensible at the same time. His body kept moving toward the black hole, and the fear in his heart rose. Although he was an itinerant immortal, and his willpower was much stronger than ordinary cultivators, the visual impact of watching the vortex completely devour his red tide power was too shocking. What happened? The people outside the battle circle were even more shocked and confused. They only saw He Yaoqing and his red tide constantly moving toward Yi Chen, but Yi Chen was not hurt at all. They even saw the fear in He Yaoqing's eyes. A Mahayana stage person could make an elite itinerant immortal show such an expression. Was there any justice in this world? He's too powerful. This kid is too powerful. Finally, someone saw the fear brought by the dark vortex and could not help but murmur. The others gradually became more respectful toward Yi Chen. After all, the nether divine power alone was shocking enough. Now that Yi Chen had completely suppressed an expert like He Yaoqing, his position in everyone's hearts kept rising. Ha ha ha, I told you. He Yaoqing is no match for Yi Chen at all. My lady this! Now that the situation was indeed like that, the people had no reason to refute. Seeing that He Yaoqing was about to be sucked toward Yi Qin, he released all the immortal power in his body, trying to fight back. After all, seeing that the dark vortex could even absorb the red tide, once he came into contact with it, his life might be in danger. He did not care about his reputation now. Staying alive was more important. Rumble. Waves of powerful immortal power emanated from He Yaoqing's body. He had to break free. Ha ha ha, He Yaoqing, isn't it too late for you to break free now? Just as He Yaoqing's body was gradually moving backward, Yi Chen said with a cold smile, What are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? You'll know soon. It'll be easy to kill you. Ah! Hearing Yi Chen's words, He Yaoqing's heart trembled. He knew that Yi Chen definitely had the strength to do so. The person before him was not some Mahayana weakling at all, but a true genius, an expert who could easily fight. Brat, this is the Clear Meow sect. Don't cause trouble here. Let me go immediately, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Bear the consequences? Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. Both of his palms pressed against the dark vortex. Instantly, the vortex's energy increased again. Even if He Yaoqing used up all his immortal power, he would not be able to break free from the vortex's control. Instantly, his eyes went blank and his face turned pale. Kneel and admit your mistake. Hearing Yi Chen's words, He Yaoqing hesitated. If he knelt and admitted his mistake to Yi Chen, he would not be able to live in the Clear Meow sect anymore. However, disobeying Yi Chen's orders would mean death. Kneel! Yi Chen's cold voice shocked He Yaoqing's mind. At that moment, his legs went limp and he could not control himself, kneeling on the ground directly. This scene was shocking. The surrounding people of the Clear Meow sect were dumbfounded. The elite itinerant immortal in their eyes, their senior brother, was kneeling before their opponent. This behavior was simply unacceptable to cultivators. Apologize. Just kneeling was not enough. Yi Chen ordered again. He Yaoqing gritted his teeth. He still wanted to sneak an attack on Yi Chen. His palm condensed a ball of immortal power behind him, wanting to deal a fatal blow. You won't change your mind. Yi Chen shouted. His eyes emitted the Nether God's light. Immediately, He Yaoqing felt his eyes being invaded by 2 rays of light. Subsequently, his head felt like it was going to explode. When he looked up, he saw the Nether God's shadow standing behind Yi Chen. This. As someone from the Nether God world, seeing the Nether God's shadow, the shock that came from the depths of his soul was something that He Yaoqing could no longer resist. I was wrong. Lord Yi Chen, you're a magnanimous person. Chapter 2034. Hearing this and seeing this scene, the Clear Meow sect's powerhouses looked at each other, all stunned. The powerhouse in their eyes, He Yaoqing, was like an idiot before Yi Chen, kneeling and apologizing. He was not human. This is too magical. What is this? Am I seeing things? You're right. He Yaoqing is kneeling and apologizing to Yi Chen like a dog. How can our Clear Meow sect have such an idiot? He's really kneeling and apologizing? The crowd did not understand what He Yaoqing was doing because they were not in the battle zone. Although they could feel that Yi Chen was very powerful, they did not feel the extreme pressure of the shadow of the Nether God. If they were in the battle zone and felt the pressure of the shadow of the Nether God, they would definitely kneel down faster than He Yaoqing. Yi Chen won, he won. The saint jumped up immediately. Yi Chen glanced at her and did not blame her this time. After all, this little girl was happy for him. He could consider not forcing her to call him master in the future. Scram! Yes, yes. He Yaoqing crawled away like a dog. Just as he was leaving, he suddenly bumped into someone. This person was a Clear Meow sect elder. Seeing He Yaoqing in such a sorry state, he revealed an expression of displeasure. He Yaoqing, how can you be so pathetic in front of so many junior brothers? I sensed a powerful energy circulating here. What happened? Huh? Yao Qing slowly raised his head. It was Elder Li Manchu from the Clear Meow Sect's Elder Council. This person was very young in the Elder Council. He was extremely talented and popular. Elderly, it's that brat. That brat is causing trouble in the Clear Meow Sect. He injured a disciple and insulted the saint. What? Insulting the saint? Li Manchu did not care about Yao Qing being injured. However, if he insulted the saint, it would be disrespectful to the entire Clear Meow Sect. He must not let this happen in front of him. He glared at Yi Chen coldly, revealing a fierce expression. Yao Qing, looks like you're itching for a beating again. Yi Chen looked at Yao Qing coldly. He did not expect this brat to forget the pain and dare to speak ill of him. Humph, Yi Chen, don't be too arrogant. You must know how to bow your head in the Clear Meow Sect. Scram! Yi Chen was enraged. He spat out sword chi, and the majestic energy charged toward Yao Qing. Due to the trauma from before, Yao Qing was so scared that he hit himself when he saw Yi Chen attack. He jumped behind Elder Li Manchu directly. Li Manchu was very dissatisfied with Yao Qing's behavior. No matter what, Yao Qing was an elite loose immortal. She didn't expect him to be so cowardly. Li Manchu pointed her sword finger. A majestic immortal power was released and collided with the sword chi that Yi Chen released in midair. Boom! The huge burst of energy made Li Manchu, who had a relaxed expression just a moment ago, feel shocked. He thought to himself, how is this possible? The kid in front of me is clearly in the Mahayana realm, so how is he able to unleash such powerful sword chi? If not for my strong foundation, I might even be at a disadvantage this time. In order to maintain her dignity in front of everyone, Li Manchu remained calm. Kid, you want to injure someone in front of me with just this sword chi? You're taking it too lightly. I advise you not to protect this brat. This brat has broken my rules. This time he must die. What? Must die? Anger appeared on Li Manchu's face. How dare someone in the Clear Meow Sect judge the life and death of a Clear Meow Sect disciple in front of him? What a joke. How dare this brat judge Yao Qing's life and death? Ha! Why don't you kneel and kowtow in front of elderly? You're the one who has a death wish. The disciples who were shocked earlier mocked Yi Chen after hearing what he said. After all, with Li Manchu supporting them, they naturally had an imposing manner. One must know that although Li Manchu was a young elder, he had the ability of a 9-tribulation loose immortal. He could even fight a true immortal. Compared to Yi Chen's pitiful Mahayana cultivation base, it was like heaven and earth. What did they have to be afraid of? Brat, I'll say it again. Scram! Before Li Manchu could finish, Yi Chen interrupted him forcefully and stared at Yao Qing coldly. Yi Chen, you're too arrogant. You want to judge me in front of Elder Li Manchu? Ha, what a joke. Seeing that Yi Chen and Li Manchu were about to fight, Yao Qing did not care much and deliberately picked a fight for revenge. Yao Qing, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. What do you mean by I? Do you really think you're somebody? Before Yao Qing was done speaking, he saw Yi Chen move like a ghost. Li Manchu immediately realized that Yi Chen was going to use a killing move. He scoffed. Ha! You want to be called an emperor before me and kill someone? That's simply... Just when Li Manchu was scoffing, a black shadow had already rushed over. How is that possible? Li Manchu thought that it would be a piece of cake for him to stop Yi Chen's attack with his cultivation base. However, at that moment, he realized that he could not even control Yi Chen's movements. Yi Chen could almost go wherever he wanted. Swoosh! Accompanied by the sound of sword chi, the void became quiet and the world became peaceful. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Yi Chen was already dragging Yao Qing's head in his hand. What? No one dared to make a sound, and they could not make a sound either. They could only roar in their hearts to express their shock. Li Manchu turned around and saw the scene. His eyes widened, almost popping out. An elite itinerant immortal had been killed before his eyes. What was this? He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and his entire person became extremely unwell. Why you dare to kill someone in the Clear Mist sect? Finally, he managed to squeeze out such a sentence. Everyone present understood. Of course, they could feel that even Li Manchu from the Elder Council was shocked. He could not even speak properly. This was a 9-tribulation itinerant immortal. He would be an overlord in the lower realm, a reclusive expert. However, he had lost all his dignity before him. Those so-called powerhouses did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid that Yi Qin would notice them. So what if I killed someone? My actions are heaven's will. Why, you're too arrogant. Ha ha ha, so what if I'm arrogant? Why you? Li Manchu did not know what to say. However, he had never encountered such a thing in his life. He had never seen someone like this. Rumble. At this moment, the wind and clouds surged as a powerful force came pressing down. Everyone looked up at the sky and knelt on the ground. It was the first elder of the Clear Mist sect. What's going on? First elder, this person is too rude. He killed the elite disciple of the sect, Yao Qing, in front of me. He even wants to kill the entire Clear Mist sect. What? Damn it. Chapter 2035. The first elder glared at Yi Qin coldly. He happened to see Yao Qing's severed head in Yi Chen's hand and was enraged. How dare you kill someone in my Clear Miao sect, and an elite disciple at that? Do you know what you're doing? This disciple already possesses the ability to become a low-grade elder. He is a loose immortal. You dare to kill him? The first elder glared at Yi Qin furiously. Yao Qing was one of the disciples that he had high hopes for. He had died in the hands of someone else, especially in front of Li Manchu. This was a great insult to the Qingmiao sect. Great elder, there is a misunderstanding in this matter. Seeing that the first elder was about to make a move, the saint panicked. In her heart, no matter how powerful Yi Qin was, he could not possibly be an enemy of the first elder. The first elder was a half-step true immortal. This was an existence that surpassed itinerant immortals and could even ascend to true immortal at any time. The Grand Elder frowned and looked at the Holy Daughter a little confused. Normally, the goddess was a shrewish woman who wouldn't even look men in the eye. Today, she was actually pleading for an outsider. This was too abnormal. Qing, do you know what you're doing? Great Elder, I'm very clear that I've already decided that this person will be my master for life. Naturally, I'll protect him. What? The first elder's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he almost fainted. A saintess of the Clear Miao sect actually dared to say such a thing? Was it just to absolve the kid in front of her? Or did she have other intentions? The Clear Miao sect disciples had seen this before, so they were not shocked by the saintess' actions. The great elder looked at the people around him. Since they were so calm, he couldn't stay calm either. Not only was this an insult to the Clear Miao sect, but it was also a great challenge to his authority. If he didn't handle this well, his prestige in the Clear Miao sect would be completely gone. Nonsense, Li Manchu, take her away. Yes, Grand Elder. Li Manchu was excited to see the first elder about to attack. As long as the first elder attacked, Yi Qin would definitely die. Da-da-da. Li Manchu ran towards the saintess and pulled her by the wrist towards the crowd. Saintess, don't cause trouble. Your behavior has already disappointed everyone. This time, let the great elder clean up the mess. Get lost. You, no matter what, I'm still an elder of the Hall of Elders. Don't go too far. Li Manchu forcefully pulled the saintess towards the crowd. Let her go. Just as he was walking, he heard a terrifying voice. It was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, hooking onto Li Manchu's heart. The fear that came from the bottom of his heart made him instinctively stop in his tracks. Seeing that Li Manchu actually stopped, the great elder was even more puzzled. What are you doing? Take her away. Yes, yes. Li Manchu suppressed the fear in the depths of her heart and left with the saintess. Yi Qin frowned, and a cold gleam exploded from his eyes. Subsequently, time and space suddenly shrank. Yi Chen's body was like a stream of light as he arrived before Li Manchu, directly. Li Manchu thought that he had great reflexes, but Yi Chen's movements and speed were completely out of his control. He was like a ghost. What do you want to do? Bang, bang, bang. Just as Li Manchu was in a daze, Yi Chen's slap came. In the blink of an eye, he had slapped Li Manchu 10 times, causing his cheeks to swell. Li Manchu could not even speak. He was like a meat bun. Ha ha ha. Many disciples could not help but laugh out loud. The great elder looked at those disciples, and they did not dare to laugh anymore. He turned around to look at Yi Qin again and asked, Qing, what's your relationship with this person? I've told you he's my master. Be ****. Hearing that, the great elder first did not understand how a saintess who usually did not even look at men would recognize this guy in front of her. Also, what did this person do to deserve to be the saintess master? No matter what the situation was, the great elder could not tolerate it anymore. Brat, I'll let you die here today. Do you have any last words? Last words? Ha ha ha. If you want to leave your last words, I'll fulfill your wish. What? You be ****. The great elder was enraged. The fire in his heart could not be quelled. He was like a vicious dog that had walked out of hell. His entire body was covered in flames, and he wanted to take his life. Brat, do you dare to accept the challenge? Why wouldn't I? Eat my palm and you'll definitely die. What if I don't die? I'll let you do whatever you want of me. It's a deal. Ha ha ha, D*****. He actually agreed to it. Qing, this is what he promised. Don't blame me for being ruthless. All of this was within the great elder's calculations. Although he was obviously angry, as the great elder, he naturally had his ways. He saw that the saintess was protecting Yi Qin. If he killed him forcefully, the saintess might rebel. If the situation became complicated, it would not be easy to deal with. He saw that Yi Qin was a hot-blooded young man, so he tried to provoke him. If he killed him like that, even the saintess would not have any reason to say anything. Then, let's go to the combat ring. The great elder led the way. Yi Qin followed his footsteps, and everyone else followed. This was a rare sight in 100 years. The great elder actually made a life-and-death bet with an outsider. It was too exciting. Li Manchu shook his head and followed. Yi Chen's influence on him was too great. His mind kept replaying Yi Chen's tall and mighty figure like a god. The combat ring was in the center of the square. Yi Chen had caused such a huge commotion that the rumors spread instantly. After all, a Mahayana stage person had single-handedly barged into the Clear Mist sect and killed the elite disciple He Yaoqing in front of Li Manchu. This was too legendary. Everyone wanted to see who Yi Qin was. Dong, dong, dong. Soon, the sound of drums shook the entire Clear Mist sect. Countless combatants came to watch. They all wanted to see what this person who could make the great elder make a bet with him looked like. Could he really escape from the great elder? Da-da-da. The two of them went up the combat ring together. Everyone below the ring stretched their necks and looked up, wanting to see Yi Chen's face clearly. At this moment, the saintess was very worried about Yi Chen's safety. Yi Chen, don't agree with him. If you regret it now, I'll guarantee that you'll leave the Clear Mist sect immediately. Ha! A real man keeps his word. How can I just leave like that? You're such a fool. I'm your master, not a fool. You, Sai. Looking at Yi Chen, who was like a block of wood, the saintess looked helpless. She had already made up her mind. Once the great elder defeated Yi Qin and started killing, she would use her life as a threat to take Yi Qin away from the Clear Mist sect. Chapter 2036. Don't worry, I won't die. Yi Chen patted the saint's shoulder and walked onto the combat ring. Many of the newcomers were stunned when they saw the scene. In their minds, the saint would kill a man out of anger, even if a man looked at her, let alone a stranger patting her shoulder. This kid is something. No matter if he's dead or alive, he can still pat the saint's shoulder. That's ridiculous. Yeah, who is the saint? The men chasing after her can line up for 90,000 miles. What's this kid's background? He's so lucky. Damn it. It's better to let the first elder kill this kid. Otherwise, we'll all be jealous. Everyone was discussing Yi Qin. Just his relationship with the saint was enough to make him famous in the Clear Meow sect. As they walked onto the life and death arena, everyone gradually became nervous. After all, being able to make the Grand Elder make a bet with him showed that this kid had some ability. Moreover, he had even killed an elite bodiless immortal like He Yaoqing. Ha, kid. Quickly kneel and kowtow 100 times. Maybe I'll spare your life and let you get out of the Clear Meow sect. Old man, I'm giving you face. Who do you think I am? Kowtowing to you, I think you're senile. What? You? Hearing Yi Chen's words, the first elder was confused. However, he knew very well that Yi Chen was scolding him. All right, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. No matter how the saint feels after this, wash away the Clear Meow sect's shame first. Cut the crap. Hurry up. Yi Chen stood on the ring with his hands behind his back. He did not care what the first elder used or what abilities. He did not even move to defend himself. He exposed all his weaknesses and waited for the first elder to attack. You bastard! How dare you look down on me? If I don't kill you with this palm, I'm not worthy of being the first elder of the Clear Meow sect. The first elder's eagle eyes looked forward coldly and locked onto Yi Chen's position. He did not want to use too much force with this palm and leave Yi Chen's corpse intact so that the saint would feel better. However, since Yi Chen was provoking him, he must not hold back. The first elder took a step forward. His eyes were cold as he channeled powerful immortal power in his palm. This time he was going to crush Yi Chen. The first elder is mighty. Kill this brat and wash away this humiliation. Many disciples of the Clear Meow sect started to flatter him. After all, as long as the great elder took a liking to them, their lives would be worth it. Even though the chances were low, everyone was working hard. At this moment, on the fighting ring, the great elder's palm emitted rays of red light. This was his famous killing technique, blood palm. Hoo. Waves of blood-colored energy revolved around the first elder's palm. As he circulated the energy in his palm, it gathered and grew stronger. Very soon, the strength of this power had risen to a new height. At this moment, this kind of power could completely intimidate the people in the arena. They looked at the palm energy from afar, but it could make them feel the fear of death. This kid is dead for sure, someone said through gritted teeth. It was not because he hated Yi Chen, but because he could not calm down when he saw the first elder's palm energy. The life and death arena, deciding life and death. Waves of energy in the first elder's body were still reinforcing the blood-colored energy in his hand. This time it was foolproof. Although everyone felt that the first elder was making a big deal out of nothing, after all, his opponent was only a Mahayana cultivator, and it was very likely that he came from the lower realm. For the first elder to use his sure kill ability so seriously, it was a little degrading. Old man, you're too slow. I didn't even defend, and you made me wait for such a long time. How afraid are you of losing? Yi Chen sneered and mocked the old man. Be *starred. Don't even think of using this kind of provocation to disrupt my cultivation. It's useless. This palm, if I don't die, I'll let you do whatever you want of me. Suddenly, the first elder's eyes turned cold. The red palm energy in his hand gradually formed, accompanied by boundless killing intent, filling the entire space. Blood palm. Rumble. With a cold shout, heaven and earth shook and space shattered. At this moment, the first elder's hands emitted infinite red light, filling the entire space. Everyone could only see the bloody light as if they had fallen into a bloody hell, unable to escape. At this moment, everyone was shocked by this aura. They did not even dare to move, afraid that they would be affected by the power of the blood palm. They seemed to have predicted the scene of Yi Chen's tragic death, or even his brain exploding and his body exploding. This was the normal reaction after being hit by the blood palm. As long as one's foundation was not strong enough, they would be instantly swallowed by the power of the blood palm and crushed. Ha ha ha, you want to pursue the saint? Are you qualified? Die, I won't send you off. Many prodigies who were interested in the saint began to mock Yi Chen. They were afraid that after Yi Chen died, they would not even have a target to mock. The saint looked uncomfortable. She did not dare to look at the combat ring because she also thought that Yi Chen would die. At this moment, all of the first elder's blood-colored energy turned into a ferocious tiger, devouring everything and rushing over. However, Yi Chen stood alone in the ring, not dodging at all. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. His hands were still behind his back, like an innate master facing an attack that was not worth mentioning. Rumble. At this moment, the ferocious tiger flew up and the blood-colored light covered the sky. It was as if the sky had fallen and the sun and moon had fallen at the same time. Ha ha ha, die. The first elder laughed maniacally. This palm was the release of all his emotions. It was the clear Miao Sect's revenge against Yi Chen. Phew! Yi Chen let out a long breath. Following that, his body bloomed with golden light that could compete with the sun and moon. Seeing such a strange scene, everyone was shocked. They did not know what had happened to Yi Chen's body, but they felt that it was strange. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Golden lightning began to appear all over Yi Chen's body. His meridians went berserk and his blood boiled. Unparalleled ancient god, dark devour! Yi Chen's cold voice shook the entire place. He opened his arms, and a dark vortex suddenly appeared in his chi-hai. As time passed, the vortex turned into a huge black hole in the blink of an eye. It was bottomless. Rumble. The blood-colored beast rushed out of purgatory and went straight for Yi Chen. Roar. In the final attack, the ferocious beast pounced over, but it was blocked by the black vortex. Kacha, kacha, kacha! However, the old man was a half-step true immortal after all. His strength was far stronger than anyone Yi Chen had encountered before. The blood-colored beast could break through the dark vortex and attack Yi Chen directly. Ah! Yi Chen roared. The 8 gates of gods circled above his head. 8 rays of dragon, Qi, supported him at the same time. The true dragon roared, and the dragon Qi protected his body. The ancient god's body was indestructible. Now that it was protected by the dragon Qi and fused with the darkness, the power of the black hole continued to soar. Impossible, impossible. Kill him. Great Elder felt a sense of unease. He was actually shameless and lowly, once again releasing his palm energy. Chapter 2037. Great Elder, you're too shameless. Seeing that the first elder had disregarded his own dignity and continued to launch another palm strike, the holy daughter rebuked angrily. Those who thought that the first elder would definitely win and Yi Chen would definitely die now felt a little embarrassed. Although the first elder was trying to save the clear Miss Sect's reputation, it would not be honorable even if he won after making consecutive moves. Don't talk nonsense. Hearing the saintess words, Li Manchu hurriedly asked her to step back. Then, Li Manchu winked at everyone. It was obvious that she wanted to use public opinion to suppress the doubts of the saintess. First Elder is doing this for the sake of the Clear Miao Sect. This kid is dead for sure. Yes, as long as this brat dies, our clear meow sect's reputation will be protected. The same goes for the Saintess Chastity. That's right, the Saintess is the symbol of our clear meow sect. To actually make her a servant, this is intolerable. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the voice of the Saintess was suppressed. Everyone was united against the outsider, and Li Manchu sneered. He thought to himself, Yi Qin, no matter how powerful you are, you'll die in the hands of the first elder now. Then my nightmare will be over. In the combat ring, Yi Chen was equally furious as he faced the first elder's continuous attacks. Since the other party did not abide by the rules, there was no need for him to tolerate it. Ah! With a furious roar, Yi Chen's body shimmered with golden light. Ancient god power surged out and instantly countered the first elder's palm energy. What? The Grand Elder was shocked. Even though he hadn't used his full power, the continuous palm energy was enough to kill an itinerant immortal on the spot. Not only was the opponent not suppressed, he was even able to counter his palm energy. This was a scene that he couldn't understand at all. Heavenly Emperor's order, mortal sword revolution. The silhouette of the Heavenly Emperor appeared behind Yi Qin. Instantly an unparalleled might and psyche suppression descended. Countless clear mist sect combatants felt as if their eyes had fallen into an illusion. What they saw before them was the heavenly realm, high and mighty. It was the unparalleled Heavenly Emperor. Ah! Everyone was scared out of their wits and knelt on the ground. Even Elder Li Manchu felt his legs turn to jelly as he broke out in a cold sweat. Impossible! I will never give in. Li Manchu was still persevering, but the cultivation of her martial will wasn't strong enough. Facing the might of the Heaven Emperor, how could she resist? Bang! His legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. Ha ha ha, you idiots! Kneel before Yi Qin. On the other hand, the saint, Qing Qing, was not affected at all due to Yi Chen's protection. At this moment, she was laughing at those people who were kneeling on the ground. How could the crowd know the reason behind this? They all thought that the Holy Maiden had celestial energy protecting her, causing them to sigh inwardly. Not only Li Manchu, but the geniuses and experts of the Clear Meow sect were also affected. Looking at the silhouette of the Heaven Emperor in front of him, he felt a natural urge to bow his head. This was a powerful spiritual suppression. What kind of mysterious power is behind this kid? It can actually affect this old man's mind? Encountering such a strange thing, the great elder felt extremely uneasy. Looks like I can't let you live. There was a murderous glint in his eyes as the first elder completely tore up the rules. What he wanted was very simple, and that was Yi Chen's death. True immortal secret art, flying cloud slash. Chi, chi, chi. The first elder waved his arms, causing countless water vapor to soar into the sky. He took out the cloud stream sword and pointed it at Yi Qin. First elder, you're using such a divine ability against Yi Qin. Stop! Qing Qing shouted angrily, but it was useless. The first elder had made up his mind. He was going to kill Yi Qin to prevent any future troubles. The people of the Clear Meow sect were dumbfounded. In order to deal with a Mahayana stage cultivator, the first elder was using a true immortal secret art that he had not fully comprehended. This was too unbelievable. What are you guys doing? Do your best. Yes. Everyone listened to Li Manchu's orders and cheered. Gradually, the saint's voice was drowned out. Qing Qing stomped her feet in anger, but it was useless. She could only watch as Yi Qin faced the threat of death. The true immortal secret art was an extremely powerful secret left behind by the true immortals of the Clear Meow sect. The first elder had not ascended to true immortal stage, so he was the one who forcefully used this secret art. However, using it on Yi Qin could not be justified no matter what. Moreover, there was a bet between them, but it seemed like it had all lost its effect now. Ha, shameless bastard. I knew you would do this. Don't blame me for being merciless. Yi Chen sneered. Divine demon power appeared in his body. The ancient god's body and the darkness pool began to merge under the extreme external suppression. They had all sensed the greatest threat from the outside world. The person before him was completely different from the previous opponents. He posed a real threat to Yi Chen's life. Under such extreme conditions, the darkness pool, the demon's eye, and the ancient god's body, which were previously difficult to merge perfectly, no longer existed. Ah! With a long howl, Yi Chen soared into the sky. His entire body flickered with golden light and dark energy surged. He was like an ancient god-demon, insufferably arrogant. Unparalleled ancient god, Death Lotus. Yi Chen's eyes flickered with different lights. A golden light and a dark light shot out from his eyes and attacked the first elder. Flowing cloud / kill him. The first elder attacked at the same time. Countless clouds transformed into powerful slashes that soared into the sky and locked onto Yi Chen. Rumble. The sky exploded, the sun and moon lost their light, the clouds darkened, and the ancient god shook the world. In the sky, although the flowing cloud / was powerful, it was instantly swallowed by the Death Lotus. Following that, the ancient god's judgment descended, and the sword Gleam headed straight for the first elder. Ah! The first elder's eyes widened, dumbstruck. He instantly lost the ability to judge and could only wait for death to come. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, a starry sword Gleam descended from the sky and collided with Yi Chen's Death Lotus. Rumble. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook and the ground cracked. Countless disciples of the Clear Mist sect retreated hundreds of meters as if they had seen hell. Their minds were shaken and they were in unbearable pain. Please have mercy, Your Excellency. Oh! Yi Chen looked at the sky. At this moment, a celestial figure descended. It was the Clear Mist sect leader, Li Qingmiao. Thank you for saving my life, sect leader. The first elder quickly turned around and kowtowed. Yi Chen had shocked him so much that he had lost control of his mind. First elder, I didn't save you. It was this young man in front of you. Ah. The first elder was stunned. Aren't you going to thank this person? Yes, yes. The first elder turned around and bowed to Yi Chen to thank him, not daring to lift his head. Are you the leader of this sect? That's right. I'm the Clear Mist sect leader, Li Qingmiao. Looks like you need to discipline the people in your sect and let them know what it means to be trustworthy. You're right, young hero. I'll definitely do as you say. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the sect leader to be so polite to Yi Chen. They were amazed. Father. At this moment, Qingqing walked toward Li Qingmiao, looking very happy. Chapter 2038. Yi Chen felt strange when he saw the Clear Mist sect's sect master. It was his first time meeting him. Even if he had defeated the first elder, he should not be so polite to him. There must be some other reason. Father, this is Yi Chen, Qingqing introduced. Hello, fellow Yi. Li Qingmiao stepped forward to greet Yi Chen. Hello, sect master. I might have to stay at your Clear Mist sect for a while. Is that all right? Of course. Leave it to my daughter to arrange. Sure. Yi Chen was even more suspicious. This person was clearly letting the saint follow him on purpose. What was the reason behind this? He could not figure it out for now. However, Yi Chen did not think too much about it. He was only staying at the Clear Mist sect for a few days. If the other party wanted to harm him, he would play along. Yi Chen, this way. All right. Seeing that Qingqing had been behaving well recently, Yi Chen did not dwell on the title of master. However, when he left, he clearly felt the first elder's malice toward him. It was obvious that he still held a grudge over today's matter. After Yi Chen left with Qingqing, the first elder walked up to Li Qingmiao. Sect master, this person has ruined the rules and reputation of the Clear Mist sect. You can't let him go. Bastard. Huh. Seeing Li Qingmiao's angry look, the first elder shuddered. This person was asked to be taken care of by the higher-ups. Who do you think you are? How dare you cause trouble? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Sect master can't be. This kid was requested by the higher-ups? How could it be fake? The high sect has already given us a hint. When you see Yi Qin, everything must go according to his wishes. This person must be someone the higher-ups want. Is he someone we can afford to offend? So that's how it is. Of course. What's his cultivation base? He's only at the Mahayana stage. Yet he can make you a half-step true immortal, helpless. Do I need to say more? Yes, yes. Hearing this, the first elder did not dare to say anything bad about Yi Qin. However, the resentment in his heart could not be dispelled. He was the first elder of the Elder Council. How could he face others in the Clear Mist sect after being played like this by a Mahayana stage kid? Yi Chun followed Qing Qing to a quiet place. It was the residence that Qing Qing had found for him. Young Lord Yi Qin, are you satisfied with this place? Naturally, Yi Chen was satisfied with the tranquil surroundings, the pavilions and the flowing water. Not bad. Thank you for your praise, master. You don't have to call me master anymore. You can call me Yi Qin. When there's no one around, I still like to call you master. Ah. Yi Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the shrewish woman before him. She had taken the initiative to call him master. Was she that kind of person? Yi Chen was shocked to see that Qing Qing seemed to be interested in him. All right, suit yourself. Tell me about the situation of this continent. Yes, master. Sai, whatever. Yi Chen sat on the stone platform. Qing Qing poured him tea and began explaining. Master, our Clear Meow sect is just a small place. Our sect is called Flowing Cloud Sect, and the real master of this continent is Nether Prison. Nether Prison? That's right. There are many superpowers in the Nether God realm, and Nether Prison is one of them. Where is the Lord of the Underworld? What power does he belong to? Qing Qing was surprised to see Yi Chen's anxious look. She did not expect Yi Chen to ask about the Lord of the Underworld. That was the most taboo name in the continent. Many people would even feel like their minds were being controlled when they mentioned the Lord of the Underworld. Therefore, ordinary people would never take the initiative to mention him. However, Yi Chen seemed to be unaffected by this curse at all. The Lord of the Underworld. Qing Qing frowned. She was also affected by the curse when she mentioned the Lord of the Underworld. She even felt her chest tighten. What's wrong? Yi Chen asked when he saw that Qing Qing's condition was not right. The latter shook her head slightly and said, The Lord of the Underworld is a taboo name. Anyone who mentions him will be like this. Why are you looking for the Lord of the Underworld? This is related to the war in the Underworld. The situation is complicated, and it's difficult for me to explain it to you. However, I want to find the Lord of the Underworld and get him to join forces with me to save the Underworld. Join forces with you? This time, Qing Qing was completely stunned. She did not expect Yi Chen to be so ambitious. He wanted to join forces with the Lord of the Underworld. What was going on? For ordinary people, just mentioning the Lord of the Underworld's name was like entering an icy hell. Yi Chen actually wanted to join forces with the Lord of the Underworld. Did he really think that he was on the same level as the Lord of the Underworld? Thinking of this, Qing Qing could only shake her head. She felt that there was something wrong with this brat's brain. Yi Chen, I'm telling you the truth. Sensing that Qing Qing's tone had changed, Yi Chen was interested because she might be telling him something serious. No one knows who the Lord of the Underworld is. Similarly, no one knows where he is. In fact, whether this person really exists is a mystery. Yi Chen, I think it's best that you don't get involved with the Lord of the Underworld. It's very dangerous. Oh, I really didn't think of that. Looking at the girl in front of him, who looked very serious, Yi Chen did not expect that she seemed to really care about him. Fleeting Cloud Sect, Nether Purgatory, the Lord of the Underworld. Yi Qin carefully thought about the relationship between these forces. The name Fleeting Cloud Sect made a connection with the divine power that the First Elder used. At that time, he had used the Fleeting Cloud sword technique. Yi Qin could not help but wonder if the First Elder was related to the Fleeting Cloud Sect. All right, you can go back first. Huh. Can't I stay and serve you, Master? No need. I'm used to being alone. Boring. Seeing that Yi Chen seemed to be very determined, Qing Qing glared at him and left. Yi Chen meditated and adjusted his breath, recalling the battle earlier. Li Qingmiao could easily block his killing blow against the First Elder. It was obvious that the other party was most likely the legendary True Immortal. Yi Chen had never fought a True Immortal before, although he could kill itinerant immortals at will. Through the Heavenly Emperor's memory, he knew very well that there was a world of difference between true immortals and itinerant immortals. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Yi Chen released the immortal drift bottle, which corresponded to the night of the full moon. As the immortal drift bottle continuously released clear energy, Yi Chen took a deep breath. Phew! Following that, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Immediately he felt refreshed. The veins in his body were unimpeded, as if he had ascended to immortality. As the moonlight shone on the immortal drift bottle, endless pure immortal energy was continuously infused into Yi Chen's body. Coupled with the pure underworld energy from the origin of darkness, cultivating the god-fiend body was the fastest. If he wanted to naturally deal with the upper realms like the Devil Martial World, the Primordial Immortal World, and the Underworld Realm, he still needed a lot of power. Chapter 2039. In the dead of the night, a black figure suddenly flew out of the clear mist sect. Yi Qin suddenly opened his eyes. His senses were far above ordinary people. Moreover, he had the demon eyes buff. Naturally, he sensed the weak energy change. Who's in a hurry out at night? Yi Qin flew up to the roof and looked through the night sky. He saw that the black figure was moving extremely fast. Swoosh! Without another word, Yi Qin flew after him. At the same time, he strictly limited his aura and speed to prevent the person from noticing his movements. The person galloped ahead for about an hour before finally stopping. The person came to the foot of a mountain and took out a jade-like object that shone with a green light. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, wanting to see what it was. There was a strange energy on the object. This energy was very strange. Yi Chen could not sense what it was at the moment. Rumble. As the person in black placed a jade pendant on the stone door, the stone door suddenly opened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of strange energy emerged from the stone door. The surrounding environment was isolated by this energy. Following that, there was a chaotic aura and no information existed. It's so secretive. What is it? Yi Chen's curiosity was aroused. He came to the outside of the strange energy. He knew very well that these energies had sensing abilities. Once they touched him, his movements would be exposed. He looked at the stone door. The jade pendant on it was still glowing. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and activated the 9 transformations of the true spirit. By sensing the nature of these energies, Yi Chen directly merged himself with them, making them feel that he was one of them. This way, they would not alarm him. Yi Chen took a deep breath. All the energies entered his body. As he had the body of an ancient god, he was immune to poison. Yi Chen did not have to worry about being poisoned. After becoming one of them, Yi Chen walked to the stone door. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He pressed his hand on the stone door. Immediately, waves of strange energy were infused into the jade pendant. The stone door was pushed by the energy and opened again. Go. Yi Chen released his power and slowed down the stone door's movement. The sound was greatly reduced. There was almost no vibration, and the stone door opened. Whoosh! After flying in, Yi Chen realized that there was a long passageway inside. The passageway meandered and extended for a very long time. It was obvious that their movements here were very secretive. Yi Qin hurried forward. He wanted to know who the person who had entered the secret cave was and why he had come here. With the ninth heaven treading steps and his own strength, he arrived at the end of the secret cave in the blink of an eye. Here, Yi Qin heard the conversation. Lord Sacred Envoy, Li Qingmiao is stubborn. He actually values an outsider. He doesn't even care about the dignity of the Clear Mist sect. This is a good opportunity for us. Oh, there's such a thing. Yeah, this kid is called Yi Qin. I don't know where he came from, but Li Qingmiao said he's someone that the Flowing Cloud sect values. That's ridiculous. How did the Flowing Cloud sect know about him? The Clear Mist sect is a sect that we value. We can't afford any mishaps. How confident are you this time? I can incite the experts of the Council of Elders to oppose Li Qingmiao, and then lead many disciples to rebel. That way, Li Qingmiao will be all alone. That's a good idea. I'll report to Master Xia. You should get ready. Don't worry, Lord Sacred Envoy. As soon as the Evil Might Lord gives the order, I'll rebel immediately. Very well. After listening to their conversation, Yi Qin could tell that this person was the first elder of the Clear Mist sect. Who would have thought that the great elder was actually a traitor? Moreover, he even wanted to betray them. Clack, clack, clack. After the first elder and the sacred envoy finished their conversation, they began to head outside. Yi Qin had left the secret cave long ago, memorizing all the information in his mind. Who is the Evil Might Lord? This was the key figure that Yi Qin had analyzed. Perhaps it was time for him to talk to Li Qingmiao. Walking out of the cave, the first elder covered his face again and flew toward the Clear Mist sect. Halfway there was suddenly a strange sound of wind in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind carried a murderous aura that swept through the surrounding space, causing the first elder's heart to tremble. Who's blocking the way? You're seeking death. Ha ha ha. First elder, we meet again. What? Hearing this familiar yet frightening voice, the first elder's body suddenly trembled, and he looked ahead. There was a person lying on the ancient tree in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it was Yi Qin. Yi Qin, why are you here? Yes, first elder, I'd like to ask too. Why are you here? I'm here on the orders of the sect leader to patrol here. Get out of my way. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because the saint is interested in you. I won't fall for it. Yi Qin smirked when he saw the first elder's act. He walked up to the first elder and sized him up. This made the first elder very uncomfortable. He did not know what Yi Qin had discovered or was just testing him. Stop fooling around. Get out of my way. With that, the first elder was about to walk forward, but he felt a hand on his shoulder. Then he was unable to move forward. The first elder's face was filled with anger. Immediately, he activated his immortal power, trying to break free. After all, he was a half-step true immortal. Was he going to be stopped by a Mahayana cultivator? However, when he broke free by force, he sensed the powerful force in Yi Qin's hand. This force was definitely not simple immortal power. Instead, it was some kind of power above immortal power. It was pure, primitive, and filled with violence. You. What about me? Come with me. Yi Qin grabbed with his sharp claws and grabbed the first elder's life instantly. He flew up with him. Roar! At this moment, Xiao Jin appeared. Its huge body carried the two of them and flew toward the Clear Mist sect. What are you doing? Don't move, first elder. My hand isn't that obedient. Don't blame me if I accidentally strangle you to death. Be *starred. The first elder felt his neck being tightened in Yi Qin's hand. The pain made him feel like his bones were about to crack. He did not know how Yi Qin did it, but this power was too terrifying. Clearly, Yi Qin was using ancient god power. As Xiao Jin spread its wings and flew, Yi Chen brought the first elder to the sky above the clear mist sect. At this moment, someone at the mountain gate saw them and shouted, "Who are you?" "The clear mist sect is up ahead." "Stop." "Huh. Are you going to stop the first elder?" "Huh." Chapter 2040. Hearing what Yi Chen said, the disciple guarding the gate was dumbfounded. He took a closer look and found the first elder's figure on the golden-winged condor. "First elder." "What are you looking at?" "Open the gate." "Yes." The man activated the defense formation. The first elder and Yi Chen flew into the clear mist sect and went straight to the sect master's door. At this moment, the sect master, Li Qingmiao, was meditating. He sensed a powerful force approaching from above. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at the sky. He saw through the wall and saw Yi Chen and the first elder. He did not understand how the two of them got together. Moreover, it was against the rules to barge into his residence in the middle of the night. "Is Sect Master Li here?" "Who is it?" Li Qingmiao asked, pretending to be noble. "Yi Chen." "Huh." Li Qingmiao smiled and walked out of the door. He saw Yi Chen descending from the sky with the first elder and the golden-winged condor disappearing. He walked to the front and looked at the two of them. "What's the meaning of this?" The first elder was about to speak, but Yi Chen grabbed him and he could not move. "Sect Master, why don't we go in and talk?" "All right." After all, Yi Chen was someone the Flowing Cloud sect valued. Li Qingmiao had to give him face, so he invited him in. The three of them entered the hall together. The hall was bright, and everyone took their seats. "Yi Chen, why did you bring the first elder here in the middle of the night?" Li Qingmiao was also an expert. Naturally, he could tell that the first elder was being held hostage and was completely under Yi Chen's control. Naturally, Yi Chen knew that Li Qingmiao was confused and did not know what was going on. "First elder, why don't you tell us what you did at the back of the mountain today?" "Brat, don't slander me." "Slander? Ha ha ha. First elder, you have a guilty conscience. I haven't said anything yet, and you're saying that I'm slandering you?" The first elder gritted his teeth, thinking that he had been tricked by this brat. Li Qingmiao narrowed his eyes. The situation was clearly unusual. There must be something between the two of them. He looked at the two of them carefully. Yi Chen was overbearing while the first elder was secretive. Clearly, there was something wrong with the latter. "Great elder, what's going on?" "Lord Sect Leader, this brat kidnapped me and brought me here in the middle of the night. I really don't know what he wants." "Oh!" Li Qingmiao looked at Yi Chen. He was running out of patience. Yi Chen knew that the first elder would not confess on his own. In that case, he would have to present the evidence. He stood up and slashed at the void of space. Zzz. As a wave of energy condensed, a screen of light appeared before them, and then an image appeared on the screen. Li Qingmiao was shocked to see such an exquisite technique. The scene on the screen shocked him even more. On the light beam, it was the scene where the first elder and the divine envoy were plotting. It could be said that they had both voices and expressions. "Evil spirit," Li Qingmiao blurted out when he saw the strange man on the light screen. "Evil spirits." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed when he heard the name. He saw that Li Qingmiao was furious and nervous at the same time. It was obvious that the evil spirit affected him greatly. "Lord Sect Leader, what are evil spirits?" Evil spirits are the enemies of the major forces in the underworld realm. They're also the underworld realm's biggest scourge. They've always been trying to overthrow the underworld realm. Ha ha ha! No wonder this evil spirit wants the first elder to betray the sect. Yi Chen looked at the first elder with a sneer. At this moment, the first elder's face was pale. He did not expect Yi Chen to be so capable. He had actually recorded all of his actions. All of this shocked him, and he could not deal with it. "First elder, what do you have to say?" Li Qingmiao turned to look at the first elder. Evil spirits were the biggest source of chaos in the underworld realm. Working with such a force would definitely make them the entire underworld realm's enemy. Moreover, this was an act of betrayal, and the sect could not accept it. This is all Yi Chen's fault. I didn't do anything. I just came out for a stroll. Sect leader, you can't believe his crafty tricks. Ha ha ha, the evidence is conclusive and you still want to quibble. First elder, you're too naive. Yi Chen patted the first elder's shoulder and asked him to leave the shop and lie on the ground. Firstly, Yi Chen's methods were too harsh. More importantly, the first elder had a guilty conscience and had already lost the courage to resist. Yi Chen alone was difficult enough. Moreover, there was a super powerhouse like Li Qingyao before him. He had already lost the chance to escape. Working with an external enemy and betraying your master for glory. First elder, you've really disappointed me. Sect leader, Lord Sect leader, I've been wronged. The first elder directly knelt on the ground and crawled toward the sect leader, crying nonstop. There's no need to say any more. You're no longer the elder council's master. You've also lost the right to be a member of the Qingyao sect. Get lost immediately. Lord Sect leader, this isn't true. I've worked hard and performed great deeds. You can't chase me away. Be *starred, get lost immediately. This is the last mercy I'll give you. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Li Qingyao you. The first elder glared at Li Qingyao furiously. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Li Qingyao's back was facing him. He no longer wanted to see this traitor. At this point, the first elder understood that if he could not complete the mission given by the Holy Messenger, he would die even if he left the Qingyao sect. He had lost all hope. Li Qingyao, you deserve to die. Suddenly, the drift cloud sword appeared in the first elder's hand. Following that, the drift cloud sword's most powerful killing technique appeared again. Whoosh! The sword Qi rushed forward, and the tip of the sword went straight for Li Qingyao's vitals. Clang! Just when the tip of the sword was about to hurt Li Qingyao, it was stopped by a sword finger. The first elder focused and saw that it was Yi Chen. Huh! You be *starred. How dare you harm the sect leader? Li Qingyao glared angrily and struck with his palm. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the first elder's body was sent flying hundreds of meters away and landed heavily on the ground. Who's there? Hearing this loud noise, the disciples in charge of the safety of the sect leader's hall came out and surrounded the first elder. When they saw the first elder appear before them in a dying state, they were all shocked. They did not dare to move and just surrounded the first elder. Whoosh! At that moment, Yi Chen and the sect master arrived. I hereby announce that the first elder has betrayed the sect and sold out his master for glory. He collaborated with evil spirits to assassinate me. He is no longer a member of the Qingyao sect. Ha! Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the first elder, who was highly respected in the sect, would become a traitor and even assassinate the sect master. Such behavior was intolerable. Throw him out. Yes. The two disciples carried the great elder towards the mountain gate. Evil spirits! Li Qingyao frowned as he watched the first elder's figure disappear into the distance. He muttered this name.